Chapter 3071. The sword light was shocking as it pierced through the sky and hit the ancient Phoenix Patriarch's avatar. This strength doppelganger didn't look big. It was only the size of a palm. However, it contained an extremely terrifying power. An ordinary Great Sage Realm expert wasn't its opponent at all. Especially, the flame of ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor was extremely astonishing. Even so, such a flame could not do anything to Chunzong. Even if it did affect him, it would be absorbed by Chunzong's cosmic true body. It would then flow into the innerverse, where it would turn into a huge ball of fire that quickly exploded and swept out in all directions. However, this level of power still couldn't do anything to the innerverse and couldn't cause any real damage. 3 times the power of the divine firmament. A sword broke through the sky and directly hit the ancient Phoenix Patriarch's avatar. The sword intent was monstrous, and the sword chi exploded, instantly injuring the ancient Phoenix Patriarch's avatar, causing sparks to splatter. "And you deserve to die." The avatar of the ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor shrieked. He was enraged to the extreme as terrifying flames erupted from his body, bombarding Chunzong once again. 3 times the power of the divine firmament. Chunzong erupted again. When he was in his inner world, 3 times the power of the divine firmament could only be used once in a short period of time. After his inner world broke through to the innerverse, it was different. The mixed Yuan heart force was more vigorous and pure, and its power was more powerful. Its recovery speed seemed to be faster as well. Moreover, each eruption didn't need to be completely exhausted. In this way, Chunzong could continuously erupt and increase his battle strength. 3 times the power of the divine firmament. A sword broke through the sky and broke through the torrent of flames once again, attacking the ancient Phoenix Patriarch's avatar. The others had already retreated far away. The Vermilion Bird Sacred Leader was even more shocked by Chunzong's strength. He was too strong, and he could actually put the ancient Phoenix Patriarch at a disadvantage. Of course, they all knew that this wasn't the real ancient Phoenix Patriarch, but only his avatar. It had terrifying strength, and ordinary great saints were no match for it. Another sword hit, and the ancient Phoenix Patriarch's avatar exploded, turning into countless flames that sputtered in all directions and dissipated. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Even if it was just a power clone, it was still a clone of the sacred ancestor level. It didn't just represent strength. It also represented a supreme status. In the ancient profound world, the sacred ancestor was supreme. This was a principle that had never changed since ancient times. It had always been like this since a long, long time ago. But now, the sacred ancestor's power clone had been defeated by a great saint in full view of the public. It was a subversive feeling. How audacious! Wasn't he afraid of the sacred ancestor's anger? Whether he was afraid or not, the truth was that this wasn't important. What was important was that the ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor's strength avatar had been defeated in front of everyone. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage felt as if he was in a dream. Back then, this kid's strength was still very weak, like an ant in front of him. He didn't expect that in just over 100 years, his strength would rise to such a terrifying level, completely surpassing him. Powerless. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness in her heart, especially when she saw the ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor's strength avatar being defeated with a single sword strike. That sense of powerlessness became even more profound. As the ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor's strength avatar was defeated, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden also regained her consciousness and was no longer under his control. "It's you." The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden saw Chunzong and was slightly shocked. Then, her expression changed as she vaguely felt that something was wrong, as if something had happened. "It's me. I'm here to pick you up." Chunzong stared at the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's incomparably familiar face. His tone was indescribably gentle, and his eyes were also filled with warmth. "Let's go and find your lost memories." "Okay." The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden fixed her gaze on Chunzong. That gaze and that smile, for some reason, suddenly had a familiar feeling, as if it was a distant memory. But when she tried to think about it, she couldn't think of anything, and her mind was blank. In reality, when Chunzong found the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden and told her those things, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden began to investigate after returning to the ancient Phoenix Mountain. In the end, she even asked the ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor. Although she didn't find anything, she was already suspicious. And in the end, she lost her consciousness and was affected by the ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor's strength avatar. Now that she thought about it, she still had some memories. All of this made her feel that something was wrong. Could it be that she was really this person's Dao companion, the Union Sheen that he mentioned, and not the ancient Phoenix? Whether it was true or not, she still needed to verify it herself. A sudden change occurred. The wind that blew from heaven and earth suddenly changed. It was so sudden that it seemed to have changed from disorderly to orderly, as if it was controlled by some invisible force, blowing from all directions. This wind carried with it a trace of astonishing aura. Everyone present was a sage-level cultivator, and they had an extraordinary sense of the aura between heaven and earth. Their expressions changed drastically. What was going on? Could it be, "I finally found you"? As the strands of wind that carried a terrifying aura swept over from all directions, a voice that was filled with dignity instantly rang out. It resounded through the heavens and the earth, reverberating endlessly. The moment the voice fell, the blowing wind became more and more intense, and it became more and more astonishing. It emitted a whistling sound that reverberated between heaven and earth. It kept gathering, and a huge illusory figure also appeared, and then it kept solidifying. The giant of wind, a 1,000-meter-tall giant of wind, appeared in the void, exuding an extremely terrifying pressure that suppressed everything. That kind of aura instantly caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Divine Ancestor. This kind of aura was the aura of a divine ancestor. What was going on? Why would someone come here? And it seemed that they were hostile. They actually chased me all the way here. Chunzong frowned slightly, and his expression suddenly became very serious. They chased me all the way here from the sea. Then what about the Sea Emperor? Did he also chase me all the way to the land region? Wait for me, Chunzong said to Union Sheen. Immediately, he exploded with extreme speed, turned into an extremely sharp sword light, and instantly broke through the restraint of the wild wind, and immediately flew away. Chunzong did not intend to escape, but to fight with the Divine Ancestor. This battle was inevitable because the Divine Ancestor had chased him all the way here from the sea. Even if he escaped, he would definitely be caught, unless he hid in some secret place, but there was no guarantee that he would not be found. Or he could hide in a holy land with a Divine Ancestor, such as the Star Sword Palace. However, a Divine Ancestor was not so easy to deal with, and Chunzong did not intend to bring trouble to others. Besides, now that he had found Union Sheen, it would be very disadvantageous if he kept running away. Now, he was very strong, and he had defeated a great saint. What about the Divine Ancestor? Chunzong had to admit that when the Divine Ancestor Tianfeng arrived, he was not afraid, but a little excited and a little bit of fighting spirit. This fighting spirit was increasing at an astonishing speed and became more and more intense. His extremely powerful qi and blood were also constantly trembling, as if they were about to burn. Don't even think about leaving. The wind giant moved. Although it was 1,000 meters in size, it wasn't slow at all. Instead, it was very fast. It was like a violent gust of wind blowing over. As the voice sounded, a terrifying roar of wind was heard, and the giant of wind's body flashed, chasing after the Divine Ancestor. At the same time, it stretched out its hand to grab in front of it. In an instant, all the wind between heaven and earth was under its command, whistling from all directions, attacking Chunzong and binding Chunzong, but it was broken by Chunzong's supreme sword will. Chase! The Divine Ancestor Tianfeng turned into a giant of wind and chased after the giant of wind. The wind between heaven and earth was under its control, and space and time were also affected. Chunzong felt that if he wanted to travel through time, it would be more than 10 times more difficult. It could even be said that it was difficult to do. Divine Ancestor. This was the amazing power of a divine ancestor. He had already comprehended the great path that he had mastered to an extreme, a limit, as if he could control everything. The divine ancestor Tianfeng controlled the way of Tianfeng, and all the wind between heaven and earth was under his command. Making an enemy of him was like making an enemy of the wind between heaven and earth, and would be completely targeted. Therefore, this was the reason why a supreme saint was no match for a divine ancestor. No matter how strong a supreme saint was, in the end, it was still their own strength. At most, they could release a great path domain, but the divine ancestor's great path domain had changed qualitatively and was completely dispersed. Only a divine ancestor could resist a divine ancestor. Chunzong was not a divine ancestor, but his strength was without a doubt very strong. Not long after, Chunzong rushed out of the Vermilion Bird Holy Land and quickly flew away. The divine ancestor Tianfeng also quickly chased after him. The wind between heaven and earth constantly attacked Chunzong, causing him to feel great pressure. He constantly unleashed his sword will and slashed through the wind with the heavenly will sword. The whistling sound of the wind became even more tyrannical and shocking. Every wind was filled with terrifying power, as if they had turned into sharp blades that could cut through everything. They mercilessly attacked Chunzong. The divine ancestor Tianfeng did not show any mercy. On the one hand, he wanted to prevent Chunzong from using any method to escape, and on the other hand, he wanted to kill him. Binding. The astonishing binding and pressure continued to press down on him. It was too strong, and even Chunzong's innerverse could not withstand it. He felt as if he was about to be crushed. Chunzong's eyes narrowed. Under such circumstances, he could only release the power of the sea-suppressing orb. In an instant, within the innerverse, the blue star formed by the sea-suppressing orb suddenly began to rotate. In an instant, it seemed as if it had exploded. Endless amounts of seawater rushed out, and the innerverse turned into a large sea that was turbulent. A tyrannical power spread out and was released together with the innerverse. The power of the sea-suppressing orb increased in an instant, and its range also increased. The pressure brought by the divine ancestor Tianfeng was immediately resisted, and it could no longer suppress Chunzong. Hand over the sea-suppressing orb. The wind giant roared again. With every word that was shouted, heaven and earth seemed to tremble. However, the sound did not disperse. Instead, it condensed into a beam and blasted towards Chunzong with a terrifying power, as if it wanted to shatter Chunzong. The innerverse was released, and the sea-suppressing orb's terrifying sound was immediately resisted. Chunzong's eyes became even sharper. After activating the sea-suppressing orb's power, Chunzong was finally able to resist the divine ancestor's pressure. Being able to resist the pressure meant that he had a chance to fight the divine ancestor. However, whether or not he could fight the divine ancestor, Chunzong still did not know, but he could give it a try. In an instant, Chunzong gathered all the power in his body and reached the limit. Chapter 3072. The sword radiance streaked across the sky like divine lightning, shattering heaven and earth. It went straight for the giant, but the sword radiance was still very small compared to the giant. With a boom, the wind howled. The giant suddenly struck out with its palm, shattering heaven and earth. The sword radiance was also crushed. The palm was like a mountain, terrifying to the extreme. Chunzong's expression became more and more solemn. Such power made him feel that it was difficult to resist. He felt like his whole body was about to be crushed. In a flash, Chunzong immediately broke free from the shackles. His body drew an arc like a sword, bypassing the giant's palm. He rode on his sword and went straight for the giant. The core of the giant was Saint Ancestor Tianfeng. Chunzong's sword was extremely fast and sharp. The supreme sword will directly locked on a Saint Ancestor Tianfeng. The ocean-suppressing pearl merged with the inner universe and firmly resisted the pressure of Saint Ancestor Tianfeng. Even with the ocean-suppressing pearl, you are no match for me. Saint Ancestor Tianfeng's voice blasted at Chunzong again. Every word contained the terrifying power of the great path of Tianfeng, crushing everything. Perhaps this was the truth, but Chunzong would not give up and admit defeat. Fight! He fought with all his strength against the Saint Ancestor. The ocean-suppressing pearl's power allowed him to resist the impact of Saint Ancestor Tianfeng's great path. Thus, he had the ability to swing his sword at his opponent. He was not a Saint Ancestor, but he still swung his sword at him. How courageous! Slash! 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 Chunzong used the single heart sword technique. Slash after slash, sword after sword, sword after sword, continuously attacked Saint Ancestor Tianfeng, who was inside the giant. Under the control of Saint Ancestor Tianfeng, the giant was extremely agile. Every strike was extremely powerful, crushing the sword radiance. It was invincible. In the distance, the people of the Vermilion Bird Holy Land and ancient Phoenix Mountain were all shocked. The unparalleled sword saint is so strong. That's a Saint Ancestor, a Saint Ancestor. Where did this Saint Ancestor come from? The number of divine ancestors in the land territory of the ancient mystical world was very limited. Therefore, every divine ancestor had their own background and would not appear out of nowhere. This was especially true for great sages who knew more about divine ancestors. However, they did not know about this divine ancestor who could control the wind of heaven and earth. Where did he come from? Was he an old monster who had been in seclusion for many years? The land domain and the sea domain were mostly saints and below, to the saints who came mainly to explore the sea. After all, the Saint Ancestor, to the Saint Ancestor, to... The sword light continued to slash out, one after another, as if it wanted to cut everything into pieces. However, it still couldn't do anything to divine ancestor Tianfeng. In the end, it was still not powerful enough to hit him. Chunzong had already realized that if he wanted to hit Saint Ancestor Skywind, he would first have to break through the Wind Giant. However, the Wind Giant was too strong. It was indestructible and indestructible, yet could switch between illusion and reality. Sure enough, it's still not enough, Chunzong said to himself. Even so, Chunzong had no intention of retreating. For a time, the Skywind Sacred Ancestor couldn't do anything to Chunzong. Anger. Saint Ancestor Tianfeng was infuriated. Endless gusts of wind blew from all directions and gathered around him, because the Wind Giant began to swell. In an instant, it grew from 1,000 meters to 3,000 meters tall. It became even more gigantic. It was as majestic as a mountain. It stood between heaven and earth, stirring up clouds and repelling the vacuum. The terrifying might of the way became even more intense and multiplied. The universe around Chunzong was suddenly suppressed and kept shrinking. However, with a treasure like the sea-suppressing pearl, he was able to withstand it in the end. It was just that moving became more and more difficult. Skywind. Saint Ancestor Tianfeng's voice seemed to be accompanied by endless howling winds. It rang out between heaven and earth. In an instant, an incomparably huge finger appeared between heaven and earth. It was surrounded by endless storms, as if it was going to shatter the earth. It pointed directly at Chunzong. The might of this finger was extremely shocking. The sky was directly shattered, and the void was broken. However, it silently pointed at Chunzong. It was blocked by the sea-suppressing pearl and the universe outside. However, the sea-suppressing pearl and the universe outside could only block it for a moment. They couldn't completely block it. They were instantly broken inch by inch, and Chunzong was suddenly hit. The huge finger was at least 100 meters long. It shot down from the sky like a tyrannical meteor. Chunzong's body suddenly fell down and directly hit the ground, sinking deep into the ground. The terrifying power kept attacking, but it was absorbed by the cosmic true body. However, the tyrannical power couldn't be completely absorbed. A part of it hit Chunzong's body. His chi and blood were shaken, and he couldn't stop vomiting blood. His whole body was in excruciating pain, as if it was going to be torn apart. In the universe, a huge storm suddenly rushed in. Wherever it passed, all the stars suddenly shook violently, and cracks appeared. The 10,000 starlights also became dim, as if they were going to be extinguished. Injury. Chunzong was directly injured by the finger. Even with the sea-suppressing pearl, he was still no match for the divine ancestor. Sure enough, the gap between a great saint and a divine ancestor was very significant. In the underground pit, Chunzong's injuries were quickly recovering. The cosmic true body was still very strong. Otherwise, without it, the saint ancestor Tianfeng's attack would have killed him. However, even with the cosmic true body's absorption and defense, he was still seriously injured. Sure enough, once the divine ancestor got serious, his strength was still very tyrannical. However, the saint ancestor Tianfeng was even more shocked. The attack just now was his full-strength attack, but it didn't kill his opponent. In an instant, the saint ancestor Tianfeng's heart was burning. The sea-suppressing pearl. The sea-suppressing pearl was a supreme treasure. If he could get it, he would be invincible. No one would be his match, except for the divine ancestor who had a supreme treasure. The large hand descended from the sky and directly grabbed at the hole that Chunzong had fallen into. The terrifying pressure immediately caused the ground to crack and collapse. Soon after, a body was pulled out from the hole. Hand over the sea, suppressing pearl. The saint ancestor Tianfeng's voice rang out again, but it didn't spread out. Instead, it directly blasted into Chunzong's ears, as if it wanted to blow Chunzong's head to pieces. The sea-suppressing pearl was a supreme treasure. This news couldn't be spread. Otherwise, it might attract the other divine ancestors and intensify the competition. Chunzong's injuries were quickly recovering. He gathered his strength again, and the sea-suppressing pearl's power burst out again. 3 times the power of the divine firmament. He broke free from the saint ancestor Tianfeng's restraint. He turned into a sword light and rushed into the sky, quickly escaping. The saint ancestor Tianfeng roared. The wind of heaven and earth roared and suddenly turned into a prison, binding Chunzong. The great Tao in the prison was chaotic, and so was the space-time. So Chunzong couldn't use space-time travel to escape. 3 times the power of the divine firmament. The sword light broke through the sky. It was extremely powerful and sharp, and it immediately cut through the binding of the prison of wind and rushed out. However, layers of wind came raging, completely controlled by the saint ancestor Tianfeng. The continuous pressure made Chunzong feel exhausted. His mixed yuan heart force was constantly consumed, and his recovery speed couldn't keep up. The situation was critical. Chunzong was caught again. The giant of wind's huge palm had completely bound Chunzong, and he couldn't move. His mixed yuan heart force had been used up too much, and he couldn't use it again. The saint ancestor Tianfeng's eyes were extremely cold. There seemed to be countless storms in his eyes, as if it was a world of wind. Immediately, the giant of wind also exerted force in an instant. Chunzong's true body of the universe was constantly suppressed, and he was also constantly resisting and absorbing the pressure. In the inner universe, the wind whistled and swept all the stars away. The starlight was destroyed, and the entire inner universe was in chaos. Chunzong's injuries hadn't healed yet, and he was severely injured again. He spat out blood, and cracks appeared on his body. The saint ancestor Tianfeng wanted to kill Chunzong directly. After killing him, he could take away the sea-suppressing pearl. Otherwise, Chunzong had to take the initiative to remove the seal on the sea-suppressing pearl. Clearly, Chunzong did not intend to remove the mark of the sea-suppressing orb, so sacred ancestor Tianfeng wanted to kill him. Chunzong knew that even if he removed the mark of the sea-suppressing orb, sacred ancestor Tianfeng would not let him go. In that case, why would he take the initiative to remove it? Spitting out another mouthful of blood, Chunzong's expression was cold. His mind was spinning, trying to think of a way to break out of this situation. How could he break out of this situation? For a moment, Chunzong couldn't think of anything. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sword chime sounded, as if it came from a distant place. It became clearer and clearer, and a sword will burst out, as if it was descending from space. In the sky, a spot of light appeared and bloomed. It was as dazzling as starlight, and the endless tyrannical sword will also surged at the moment the starlight bloomed. Inside the giant of wind, the saint ancestor Tianfeng's expression changed drastically. The starlight fell in extremely fast speed with a monstrous sword will, tearing the sky apart. Fast. It was extremely fast. Not only was it fast, but the power contained within it was also extremely frightening. Extremely frightening. It's coming. The flying star sword saint of the Star Sword Palace was surprised. It was too fast. The starlight was too fast. When it fell, they discovered that it was a sword light. It was like a falling star, and its power was endless. It was as if the sword could shatter the earth. Without hesitation, the 3,000-meter-tall giant of wind suddenly waved its other arm, bursting out an extremely shocking power. It pointed a finger at the starlight sword light, as if it could shatter the sky. The roar was earth-shattering. The star was shattered, and so was the finger of the giant of wind. Its huge body immediately retreated a few steps, and with each step, the ground shook and cracked. "Who are you?" The saint ancestor Tianfeng looked serious because the sword just now told him that it was a saint ancestor who had made a move. The star sword ancestor. As the voice sounded, another star appeared, and it instantly shone brightly, as if it had turned into a star. The light was extremely dazzling, and the sword will also burst out in an instant, rushing down. The second sword strike was even more powerful, like a real star crashing down. It was so huge that it seemed to fill the whole world. The saint ancestor Tianfeng's expression changed drastically. Chapter 3073. The Star Sword Ancestor arrived and attacked the Sky Wind Saint Ancestor. The sword was like a star falling from the distant sky. The star filled the sky and bombarded the ground. It kept spinning and spewing out endless sword chi. It was as bright as starlight. The 3,000-meter-tall giant of wind suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. He suddenly clenched his fist tightly, as if he could shatter the sky and shatter everything. Then he unleashed his full strength and unleashed an extremely terrifying attack, blasting towards the huge star that was falling from the sky. Another collision occurred. This time, the star did not shatter. Instead, it continued to spin and attack. However, the 3,000-meter-tall wind giant held on. Its huge fist was pressed against the sword-light star, and it did not retreat. A figure suddenly rushed out of the sword-light star. He seemed to be bathed in starlight. He suddenly slashed with his sword and cut off the other finger of the giant of wind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunzong immediately turned his power into sword light and flew to the side. Although Chunzong was surprised that the Star Sword Ancestor would come in person, he was not stunned. This was a battle between divine ancestors, a battlefield between divine ancestors. Even with the help of the sea-suppressing pearl, his strength was still lacking. The Star Sword Ancestor stood in the air. With a sword in hand, starlight illuminated the surroundings. As he swung his sword, the starlight immediately turned into streaks of dazzling sword chi. They shot down from the sky and shot towards the wind giant. The 3,000-meter-tall giant of wind was the best target. With a furious roar, boundless wind suddenly swept over and revolved around the wind giant, forming a wind barrier that firmly protected the wind giant. It blocked the bombardment of the 10,000 sword chi, causing countless ripples to appear on the barrier. Chunzong flew away and stopped to watch the battle from afar. At the same time, he recovered his strength and injuries. He saw the Star Sword Ancestor attack. Every sword move contained an extreme mystery. It was the mystery of the Star Sword Principle. The inheritance of the Star Sword Palace was the Star Sword Principle. The Star Sword Ancestor was the most outstanding expert in the Star Sword Principle. He was the only expert who had deduced the Star Sword Principle to an extremely high level. Every sword strike brought Chunzong an incomparable feeling and impact. It was a feeling that directly impacted his heart, a feeling that moved him. Chunzong could tell that each of the Star Sword ancestors' seemingly casual sword attacks actually contained the profoundness of the prodigious astral myriad sword art. Or it could be said that it was the prodigious astral myriad sword art. It was just that he had cultivated it to an extremely high level. How many levels were there in the prodigious Star Sword art? In fact, Chunzong was not very clear. It seemed to be limited but also infinite. If one was capable enough, one could continuously deduce and improve it to an extremely high level. The third level, that. Watching the battle, Chunzong's inspiration exploded from the Star Sword ancestors' sword technique. His understanding of the prodigious astral myriad sword technique improved by leaps and bounds. It was as if a gate had been opened, and his inspiration turned into a torrent. The feeling of epiphany, again and again, breaking through from the inner world to the inner universe, was a qualitative change. It was a kind of transcendence in cultivation and realm. This kind of transcendence did not only bring about an increase in strength, but also an obvious improvement in other aspects. For example, it would be easier to comprehend the mystery. For example, it would be difficult for an ordinary child to lift a 100-pound object. It might even be impossible. However, if the child grew up and became a youth, it would be much easier for him to lift a 100-pound object. Similarly, in the inner world, when comprehending the mysteries of swordsmanship in the inner world, Chunzong's comprehension of it had reached a certain limit. For example, Chunzong had comprehended the third layer of the prodigious astral sword technique, which was the upper limit of what he could comprehend in the inner world. Now that he had broken through to the innerverse, Chunzong focused on comprehending and improving the single-hearted sword technique. He no longer invested any time or energy into the prodigious astral sword technique. This was because the single-hearted swordsmanship was his foundation. All other swordsmanships existed for the single-hearted swordsmanship. They existed to improve the single-hearted swordsmanship and make it stronger. But now, after witnessing the prodigious Star Sword art with his own eyes, Chunzong was greatly inspired. With his extremely high comprehension ability and solid swordsmanship foundation, as well as his high realm as a prerequisite, Chunzong's eyes flickered. The mystery of swordsmanship continued to emerge. In an instant, the prodigious Star Sword art broke through from the third level to the fourth level, catching up to the power of the single-hearted swordsmanship. The single-hearted swordsmanship was Chunzong's main swordsmanship. Of course, he would spend most of his time and energy on the single-hearted swordsmanship. However, the prodigious Star Sword art was a supreme, secret swordsmanship. It was very superior. If he improved it, he would have more ways to deal with his enemies. At the same time, it could be used as a resource to improve the single-hearted swordsmanship. Chunzong would not miss such a good opportunity. This was a battle between two sword ancestors. It was very rare. The Saint ancestor Tianfeng was also very powerful. Under his control, every strike of the Giant of Wind seemed to be able to shatter the heavens and the earth. Every collision caused the surrounding void to shatter completely. Terrifying turbulence poured out crazily like a mountain flood. Everything in the surroundings was completely flooded. The earth cracked, turning into dust and powder. The destructive power of a divine ancestor's battle was too strong and terrifying. If it was in the outer universe, such destructive power would be enough to break and shatter a star. However, the inner universe was more than 100 times stronger than the outer universe. It was a qualitative improvement. Therefore, it was more difficult to destroy. An attack that could destroy a star in the outer universe could only destroy a mountain in the inner universe. The battle became more and more intense. Although they were both divine ancestors, there was a gap between them. However, Chunzong could see that the prodigious Star Sword art clearly had the upper hand and was gradually suppressing the Saint ancestor Tianfeng. In the next moment, the prodigious Star Sword art's body seemed to expand from the original size of an ordinary person to 1,000 meters tall. No, it was not the prodigious Star Sword art's body that was expanding. Instead, it was the endless starlight that condensed into a giant, 1,000 meters tall giant. 1,000 meters tall was obviously not as tall as the Giant of Wind, which was 3,000 meters tall. However, the difference in size was reduced. The 1,000-meter-tall Starlight Giant held a 100-meter-long Starlight Sword and slashed out an attack that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Slash! Thousands of starlight exploded. The endless Starlight Sword seemed to strike down from the highest point of the sky. This strike alone was enough to shatter everything. This strike shocked everyone. The moment the sword struck down, the day turned into night. Only the sword light became more and more dazzling and dazzling. It took away all the brilliance in the world. The Giant of Wind roared again. Its 3,000-meter-tall body shrunk to 1,000 meters in an instant. Although it shrunk and its body became smaller, it looked more condensed. The aura it emitted also became more powerful. Vaguely, endless wind surrounded it, as if it was about to transform into an armor. The Giant of Wind, which was becoming more condensed and more powerful, raised its arms and stretched out. A gust of wind condensed into a long spear. The nearly 1,000-meter-long spear seemed to have gathered all the power of the wind in the world. It suddenly pierced out, shattering the world. Shenzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. The Saint Ancestor of Sky Wind was so powerful. When he fought with him just now, the Saint Ancestor of Sky Wind had not used all his skills. Was the Saint Ancestor so powerful? The huge sword light slashed down, and the long spear pierced through the air. In an instant, the long spear was shattered and exploded. It turned into countless gusts of wind that wreaked havoc. Everything was torn apart. The remaining half of the starry sword light continued to slash at the Giant of Wind. It broke the wind wall on the Giant of Wind's body. Layers of terrifying power continued to attack the Giant of Wind, but the Giant of Wind closed its palms and pressed them down firmly. It was as if it was holding a white sword with its bare hands. The Saint Ancestor of Sky Wind looked very serious. He used all his strength to close his palms together and press down the Star Sword Ancestor's sword. Immediately, the sword that was pressed down by the Saint Ancestor of Sky Wind shattered in an instant. It turned into countless sword lights that sputtered like stars. The shattered starlight sword light soared into the sky. In an instant, it was as if the stars had appeared in the daytime. There were 10,000 of them, and they all bloomed with extremely dazzling brilliance. They then gathered and turned into a huge starlight sword that descended from the sky. The sword that fell from the sky, the earth-shattering sword, the invincible sword, suddenly hit the head of the Wind Giant, shattering it like a hot knife through butter. The Giant of Wind collapsed inch by inch, as if it was unable to resist. A figure also broke away from the Giant of Wind in an instant and rushed out. As the figure rushed out, the Giant of Wind seemed to have lost its support and shattered directly. It turned into countless gusts of wind that dissipated and rolled up a monstrous storm that covered a radius of 100 miles. This kind of power was tyrannical and unparalleled. Even though they were hundreds of miles apart, Shenzong still felt an astonishing pressure. It was a suffocating pressure. It was certain that quasi-saints would be torn to shreds by the dispersing storm within 100 miles. Even pristine saint realm experts wouldn't be able to get any benefits and would suffer minor injuries. Only great saint realm experts wouldn't be affected at all. In an instant, a figure broke out with extreme speed that surpassed everything. It was as if it ignored the restrictions of time and space as it approached rapidly. Shenzong's expression changed drastically. He did not hesitate to use space-time travel and appeared 10,000 meters away. Then, he turned into a sword light and immediately fled far away. This was because the figure was Saint Ancestor Tianfeng. He had just broken away from the Star Sword Ancestor's attack and was rushing toward Shenzong. His purpose was obvious. He wanted to capture Shenzong. He was determined to get the sea-suppressing pearl. A cold snort was heard in an instant. Then, a beam of starlight that traversed the space-time with unparalleled sharpness shot towards Saint Ancestor Tianfeng mercilessly. Saint Ancestor Tianfeng's expression was ugly. After glaring fiercely at Shenzong, he turned into a gust of wind and flew in different directions. With the Star Sword ancestor here, who was indeed stronger than him, it was impossible for him to capture Qinzong under such circumstances. He could only give up for the time being. However, he must get the sea-suppressing pearl as soon as possible. The longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be. Seeing that Saint Ancestor Tianfeng had turned into a gust of wind and fled, the Star Sword ancestor did not chase after him. His purpose here was only to help Qinzong. Moreover, Saint Ancestor Tianfeng was very strong and was not much weaker than him. He might be able to suppress Saint Ancestor Tianfeng, but it would be very difficult to truly defeat him. Chapter 3074. Thank you, Sword Master. In the sky, Qinzong saluted the starry figure from afar. This time, if the Star Sword Master hadn't come and attacked, he would have been in big trouble. He might have been killed by the Tianfeng Divine Ancestor. As for the ocean-suppressing pearl, needless to say, it would have been taken away. A Divine Ancestor is very strong. You're still far from it. You shouldn't provoke him, the Star Sword Master said directly. Come back to the Sword Palace and find me as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the Star Sword Master's body instantly shattered, turning into countless specks of starlight that shot in all directions. Under Qinzong's gaze, he disappeared. Qinzong saluted again. He wasn't angry at the Star Sword Master's direct words at all. In fact, he didn't want to provoke the Tianfeng Divine Ancestor. The Tianfeng Divine Ancestor had his eyes on the ocean-suppressing pearl and was determined to get it. Coincidentally, the ocean-suppressing pearl was obtained by him. The battle just now was extremely intense and shocking. The destruction it caused spread for hundreds of miles. The ground was completely destroyed. Countless cracks and craters were everywhere. There were still remnants of powerful sword intent and the great path of Tianfeng Divine Ancestor's aura. This remnant aura could last for hundreds of years. It was very difficult for anyone below the saint level to enter. It was very terrifying. However, at the same time, it was a very good place for sword cultivators and cultivators who comprehended the great path of wind to comprehend. First, Qinzong and the Tianfeng Divine Ancestor fought. Then, Qinzong was defeated and captured by the Tianfeng Divine Ancestor. Then, the Star Sword Master arrived and attacked the Tianfeng Divine Ancestor with his sword. The entire process was actually very short. However, such a battle shocked everyone, including the Vermilion Bird Divine Ancestor, who was a supreme saint. It was too rare to see a battle between divine ancestors because divine ancestors rarely fought. For example, the Vermilion Bird Divine Ancestor of the Vermilion Bird Holy Land was always sleeping to increase his strength. Of course, the speed of increase was very slow. It took a long time for him to increase his strength. However, if there was a great danger that affected the Vermilion Bird Holy Land that the Vermilion Bird Divine Ancestor couldn't deal with, he would have to awaken the Vermilion Bird Divine Ancestor. However, such opportunities were extremely rare. The Flying Star Sword Saint exclaimed as he looked at Qinzong with a smile. The arrival of the Star Sword Master was precisely because he had used the Star Sword Palace's unique method to send out the news. Originally, he had intended for the Star Sword Palace to send out a great saint expert. Unexpectedly, the Star Sword Master had come personally. Qinzong smiled at the Flying Star Sword Saint and bowed slightly before flying towards the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. Let's go to the Stellar Sword Palace first. Qinzong said directly to the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. Initially, he had planned to bring the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden to the ancient Phoenix Mountain to find the ancient Phoenix Ancestor to solve the mystery. However, Qinzong knew how terrifying a divine ancestor was. What's more, he had just defeated the ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor's avatar, so he would definitely be targeted by the other party. If he went to the ancient Phoenix Mountain, it would be the same as walking right into a trap. Placing one's hopes on the mercy of the strong? Qinzong didn't dare and wasn't willing to rely on luck. In the end, he still had to rely on himself. He would go to the Star Sword Palace first. In any case, he was an honorary elder of the Star Sword Palace and had some connections with the Star Sword Palace. In addition, the Star Sword Master had also asked Qinzong to go to the Star Sword Palace before he left. In that case, he would go there. He had the sea-suppressing pearl with him. The heavenly wind divine ancestor wouldn't give up so easily. Also, was the Sea Emperor also looking for him? Originally, Chunzong had thought that with his current strength, he would be able to resist a divine ancestor. Only now did he realize that it was impossible. Not yet. His strength wasn't at that level. Then, even if the Sea Emperor came to the land domain, he would be somewhat affected, but that was only relative to the divine ancestor level. To him, there wasn't much of a difference. The divine ancestor was really strong. Even with the sea-suppressing pearl in hand, he was still no match for him. However, Chunzong wouldn't belittle himself. In essence, he had only broken through to the level of the Interverse. In comparison, he was equivalent to a pristine saint. At this level, he could resist a great saint. With the help of the sea-suppressing pearl, he could even suppress most great saints. This was very shocking. If the cultivation of the Interverse was further improved, then his strength would become even more tyrannical. Perhaps, when the cultivation of the Interverse reached a certain level, he would have a chance to defeat a divine ancestor without the help of the sea-suppressing pearl. Another point was that the sea-suppressing pearl hadn't been completely refined. This meant that he couldn't activate the full power of the sea-suppressing pearl. In theory, a supreme treasure actually corresponded to the level of a divine ancestor. A supreme treasure that activated its full power could, to a certain extent, be comparable to a divine ancestor. Although this was the case, it was very difficult to completely refine it. At least, Chunzong felt that he was at a bottleneck now. It was difficult to make progress, and he didn't know when he would be able to completely refine it. This wasn't something that could be rushed. Although the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden hadn't regained her memories, she didn't reject Chunzong's suggestion. This was because she had a thought in her heart, and that was that she trusted Chunzong. Towards the ancient Phoenix Mountain, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden had an inexplicable feeling. It seemed to be fear. Blue Phoenix, you can't leave. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage stopped her. Move! Chunzong's eyes narrowed and a cold light shot out. It pierced through the sky and caused the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage's expression to change. He couldn't help but take a step back, and his aura started to gather. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage had witnessed all of Chunzong's previous battles with his own eyes. Chunzong's strength far surpassed his own. If they really fought, the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage would not be able to gain any advantage. However, he could not let Chunzong take the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden away. Holy Master, the ancient Phoenix Mountain has no ill intentions. The Divine Maiden must stay. The Golden Phoenix Grand Sage looked at the Holy Master of the Vermilion Bird Holy Master and tried to get him to stop Chunzong from taking the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden away. I will report this matter to the Grand Elder. When the time comes, the Grand Elder will communicate with the ancient Phoenix Grand Elder. The Holy Master of the Vermilion Bird Holy Master replied. Chunzong was very strong and had the help of the Stellar Sword Master. He didn't want to deal with Chunzong again unless he woke up the Vermilion Bird Grand Elder. However, if he woke up the Vermilion Bird Grand Elder, would the Stellar Sword Master still attack? He couldn't guess the thoughts of a divine ancestor. Therefore, without the Vermilion Bird Holy Master's interference, the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage and the rest of the ancient Phoenix Mountain had no choice but to let Chunzong take their divine maiden away and head towards the Stellar Sword Palace. As for the two maidservants of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, he didn't bring them along. There was no need to. In the ruins of Green Sword City, a spell formation was set up and sealed. It was pitch black, absolute black, like an abyss of darkness. At this moment, 5 figures stood in front of the spell formation. They were 1 sword sage and 4 demi-sages. The 5 of them came from the 4 great holy lands of the Way of the Sword. They were here to guard this place and prevent any accidents from happening. Especially if the demons crossed over into this world again, they could use special methods to inform the 4 great holy lands of the Way of the Sword. The 4 great holy lands of the Way of the Sword would respond immediately and send out their sword masters. The demons were powerful. No matter how much they valued them, it wouldn't be too much. However, at this moment, The 5-sword cultivators who were in charge of guarding this place had an indescribable look of indifference on their faces. They were indifferent to the extreme, as if they had become numb. However, their eyes were pitch black and seemed to contain an indescribable fanaticism. Let's begin. For the descent of our god. The sword sage's numb face seemed to be pulled by invisible fingers. His expression was very strange, and his tone was very stiff. However, it contained an indescribable fanaticism. For the descent of our god. The other 4 quasi-saint sword cultivators were the same. Their faces were numb, and their cheeks were twitching as they spoke stiff, empty, and fanatical words. In an instant, wisps of black aura rose from the 4 quasi-saint sword cultivators. It was constantly spreading, turning into one and directly rushing into the sword sage's body. The bodies of the 4 quasi-saint sword cultivators became shriveled like dried corpses that had been dead for a long time. It was as if they would be blown away by a gust of wind. After receiving the infusion of the 4 auras, the sword sage's body seemed to swell up. His strength also surged in an instant, surpassing his own limit and reaching a higher level. Originally, the sword sage was a veteran pristine saint. His strength had reached the peak of the pristine saint realm. Now that he had received the support of the 4 quasi-saint sword cultivators, he directly broke through his limit and reached the great saint realm. Even if he had just entered the great saint realm, he was still a true great saint realm. There was a gap between him and the pristine saint realm. The sword sage's face seemed to become increasingly numb, but his eyes became deeper and more fanatical. It was a very contradictory combination that was indescribably strange. My God, I open the way with my life. The fanatical words sounded like a chant. Then the sword sage pulled out his sword. His strength also turned into a strong black aura and poured into the long sword. The long sword was a middle-grade sacred artifact. Its own strength was also constantly stimulated. Slash. Without holding back, the sword sage slashed at the formation with his sword. It was a sword with his full strength. He did not hold back at all, because there was only one sword. This was a sword slash with his own life. It was a sword slash with his own great Tao as the price. It also carried everything of the 4 quasi-saint sword cultivators. The power of this sword was also unleashed to the extreme. It was also extremely tyrannical in the great saint realm. It was an extreme sword light. The incomparably dark sword light directly slashed at a certain part of the formation. Suddenly, it slashed through layers of the formation. After the sword sage slashed with his sword, his entire body rapidly shriveled. When he reached the ground, he directly shattered and turned into dust particles. The sword light that slashed out was indomitable. The sword also turned dark and was full of cracks. Then, it shattered as if it was weathered. It was exhausted. The middle-grade sacred artifact long sword was also completely exhausted. It exhausted all the strength of the sword sage and the sword. At the price of the great Tao, it slashed out an earth-shattering sword. However, under the operation of the formation, it was still constantly resisting the slash of the sword and constantly weakening its strength. According to the situation, the sword would not be able to slash through the formation and would eventually be exhausted. Just as the power of the sword was about to disappear, the darkness in the center of the formation suddenly fluctuated violently. A tall figure vaguely appeared. Then, as if a great sun had risen, it came across the sky and pressed down in the same direction as the sword light. Chapter 3075. When Shenzong arrived at the Starry Sword Palace with the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, the palace master of the Starry Sword Palace led a group of elders to welcome them. This was Shenzong's second visit to the Starry Sword Palace. The first time he came was because of the invasion of the Immortal and Demon realm. He came to inform them and entered the Starry Sword Palace to cultivate. 100 years passed in a flash, and he finally became an honorary elder of the Starry Sword Palace. This was the second time he came, and his strength was completely different. Therefore, the palace master personally led a group of elders to welcome him. He was an elite who could suppress the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. other than the vermilion bird ancestor. Even the vermilion bird Holy Land's inherited secret treasure, the vermilion bird Heavenly Flames, was no match for him. He could even contend with an unknown divine ancestor. Although he was defeated in the end, it also showed how powerful Chunzong was. Such strength was not inferior to the palace master of the Starry Sword Palace in the slightest. In fact, he was even a little stronger. The strong would always be respected no matter where they were. Even those who committed all sorts of crimes and were extremely ruthless would always be respected and revered. As for whether the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden would offend the ancient Phoenix Mountain because of this, the palace master of the Starry Sword Palace did not care. The ancient Phoenix Mountain was not weak, but the Starry Sword Palace was stronger than the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. Chunzong was an honorary elder of the Starry Sword Palace, and he had shown amazing strength not long ago. Therefore, he was treated very well in the Starry Sword Palace. After making arrangements for the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, Yunyin Xin, Chunzong followed the palace master of the Starry Sword Palace to meet the Starry Sword Palace master. The Starry Sword Palace master's cave was half a space. Half was connected to the ancient mystic world, and the other half was independent. It was like a small world. After this small world was obtained, it was constantly modified. Now, the modification was complete. When Chunzong stepped in, he was still very surprised. Sky Starlight. This was the scene of this small world. It sounded simple, but the scene was very spectacular. It was indescribably beautiful and contained endless mysteries. In this place, Chunzong could feel the aura of the Great Path. The aura of the Great Path of the Stars was very strong. This was the cave dwelling of the Star Sword Master. Or rather, it was the cave dwelling of the past Star Sword Masters. After many modifications, it had long been perfected, becoming a complete small world. You've come. The Star Sword Master sat in a very simple pavilion. There was a guqin in front of him. He placed his hands on the guqin, and as his fingers played, a pleasant tinkling sound rang out. It was like water and wind. After the Star Sword Master said those words, he didn't say anything else. Chunzong didn't disturb him. He just stood in a corner of the pavilion and listened attentively to the Stellar Sword Master's performance. He had never heard this piece of music before, or perhaps it wasn't really a piece of music. It didn't seem to have any order, but it wasn't messy either. Unknowingly, Chunzong and the Palace Master of Star Sword Palace were immersed in the music. The feeling was incomparably wonderful. Although Chunzong was immersed in the music, he didn't lose himself. Instead, he became more and more clear-headed, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Gradually, Chunzong felt that the music was like the sound of a sword. It was as if the Star Sword Master was using the guqin as a sword to interpret the mysteries of the way of the Star Sword. Originally, it was night in this small world. There were only specks of starlight in the sky, blinking like eyes. They shone incessantly, but they were very sparse. However, as the music of the guqin drifted out, the simple but charming pavilion fluttered in the night sky with the night wind. In an instant, specks of starlight appeared in the sparse night sky again. In just 10 breaths of time, they became dense again, and countless specks of starlight adorned the sky. An indescribable, mysterious aura also spread out from the stars in the night sky. Chunzong felt the profoundness of the prodigious astral myriad sword art. Then, a bright moon bloomed in the night sky. The light was bright and serene, containing a kind of tranquility. The bright moon hung in the sky. Stars were the great way. The bright moon was also the great way. However, in essence, the bright moon was also a kind of star. The bright moon hung in the sky, and moonlight poured down from afar. It was all-pervasive like mercury flowing down the ground. At the same time, it also symbolized that the power was difficult to isolate, like the silent spring rain that moistened everything. Standing under the moonlight, Chunzong could clearly feel the moonlight shrouding his body. Suddenly, he had a feeling that the moonlight was penetrating. This penetrating feeling silently brought with it a kind of power that invaded his body. It contained the power of the sword. Once it exploded, it would cause terrible damage. Chunzong was very clear about this feeling and this mystery. It was the fourth level of the Stellar Sword technique. The third level of the Stellar Sword technique could evolve 10,000 stars and condense the minor star sword realm. That was a pseudo-domain of the Great Way. It was very strong in the Little Saint realm, but it was not as strong as the Great Way domain of the Great Saint realm. The fourth level of the Stellar Sword technique was called the minor star sword realm. It was strengthened to a stronger level, and it was closer to the level of the Great Way domain. It could be said that the pseudo-Great Way domain born from the fourth level of the Stellar Sword technique already had half of the power of the real Great Way domain. If one could comprehend the fifth level of the Stellar Sword technique, one would be able to evolve the minor star sword realm into the Stellar Sword realm. That would be the Great Way domain, the real Great Way domain. Chunzong had cultivated the Stellar Sword technique to the fourth level. This was all thanks to the comprehension he had gained from watching the battle between the Stellar Sword Master and Saint Ancestor Tianfeng. But now, as he listened to the Stellar Sword Master's Guqin play, it caused the profound changes in this small world and evolved the fourth level of the Stellar Sword technique. It was so clear and direct. Now, the Stellar Sword Master's Stellar Sword Way was very brilliant in the battle between him and Saint Ancestor Tianfeng. It had already broken through the limits of the Stellar Sword technique. It was only because the Stellar Sword technique actually only had 5 levels, and the Stellar Sword Master had surpassed the 5th level. He had fused it into one, and his level was much higher. Therefore, he could only comprehend part of it. Now it was different. It was only the 4th level. It was displayed from the 3rd level, and it gave Chunzong a more direct and clear feeling. It was as if he was walking forward step by step and going further instead of standing at the end directly. The bright moon shone in the sky. The moonlight was quiet and beautiful, and it contained the sword might of a spring breeze. Afterwards, the moon changed. Chunzong could clearly sense that the moon was changing. It seemed to be expanding, growing larger and larger. Its light also grew brighter and brighter. Its originally white color was changing as well. It was dyed with a sliver of red, and it gradually deepened. The moon was changing into a true sun. It was also increasing from the 4th level of the Stellar Sword technique to the 5th level. The 4th level was still the minor star sword realm, but the 5th level was the true Stellar Sword realm. It was a qualitative change. In an instant, the bright moon turned into a scorching sun, suspended in the sky and burning fiercely. The inextinguishable fire of the sun seemed to be able to burn everything. The heat and light it released became more and more intense, and it was extremely shocking. The thousands of stars dimmed in an instant, and they could not even be seen. Above the sky, only the burning true sun shone in all directions. Chunzong could feel that the light and heat emitted by the true sun were sword might. The overwhelming sword might was so direct, so domineering, and so fierce. It was a kind of supreme power that was like the thunder from the 9th heaven, breaking the sky and shattering the mountains and the earth. It was also like the eruption of an ancient volcano that had been accumulating power for thousands of years, shattering the earth and shattering the sky. This kind of sword might was so terrifying. It was different from the bright moon sword might at the 4th level. It wasn't as subtle and subtle. Instead, it was majestic and domineering. It was telling you that this was how I wanted to crush you. Domineering, violent, explosive, unparalleled, and invincible. It was so domineering that it could shatter and incinerate everything. The world seemed to be incinerated, and there was no way to resist. Chunzong suddenly thought of something. The sun was a star, and a star was also a star. When this thought came to his mind, Chunzong suddenly had an indescribable feeling of inspiration. The mystery of the Stellar Sword technique also became deeper and deeper, and it continued to improve on the foundation of the 4th level. The Star Sword Master didn't stop. He continued to play the Guqin, which seemed to have no rhythm at all. The true sun became even more intense, blazing to the extreme. The light was everywhere. The entire world seemed to be enveloped by it, and everything disappeared. But in the next breath, all the light suddenly disappeared. That true sun rapidly dimmed and became dark, but it could still be seen. This was because there was still a ring of light that emitted the luster of the setting sun. However, the center was darkness, a darkness that enveloped and devoured everything. The true sun directly transformed into a black true Sunday. It was still emitting rays of light, but this kind of light was black. This kind of black wasn't darkness. It was still overbearing and astonishing, but it didn't appear violent. Bathing under the black rays of this black true sun, Chunzong's entire body seemed to be dyed black. It was as black as ink. In the darkness, Chunzong felt an extremely domineering but silent sword might madly invading his body. The sword might of the bright moon at the 4th level of the stellar sword technique seeped into his body silently, and the sword might of the scorching sun at the 5th level was overbearing and violent. But now, the black true sun seemed to have surpassed the 5th level, but it did not seem to have. The power of the black true sun was a combination of the sword might of the scorching sun and the sword might of the bright moon. It kept the advantages of the two and enhanced them to a new level. The domineering scorching sun and the tranquility of the bright moon were silent and irresistible destruction. Chunzong felt it very clearly and directly, but he did not suffer any injuries. This was because the Stellar Sword Master's purpose was not to kill Chunzong, but to talk about sword principle. The Stellar Sword Master used the sound of the Guqin to interpret the celestial changes in the Stellar Sword principle, so that Chunzong could more directly observe and comprehend the mysteries of the Stellar Sword principle. This was an unreserved teaching. Chunzong also took this opportunity to observe and comprehend wholeheartedly. He did not want to miss out at all. Chapter 3076. The black sun silently vanished and the day arrived. The sun and moon were interchanging. Afterwards, Chunzong also saw the arrival of spring as the Star Sword Master played his zither. Everything came back to life in that instant. Seeds broke out of the ground and began to grow. When spring quietly passed, a series of rumbling sounds resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Thunder raged endlessly, vast and mighty in all directions, bringing along layers of dark clouds that filled the sky. Lightning dragons and snakes traversed through the black clouds in all directions, as if a flood dragon was stirring up wind and waves in the vast ocean. Torrential rain fell from the sky. Bean-sized raindrops descended like the fury of the world. After the rain passed, the weather began to heat up. Summer had arrived. When summer gradually changed from heat to heat, the air became drier and drier. Wisps of desolation silently grew and spread out. Autumn. The bleakness became more and more dignified. The chill also quietly pervaded the air, descended, and gradually became heavier. A white goose feather-like thing fell from the dusky sky, fluttering about. That was a snowflake, a white snowflake. Winter arrived. White snowflakes fell from the sky, covering the world. Spring left and summer came. Summer retreated and autumn arrived. Autumn hid and winter arrived. Winter disappeared and spring appeared. This was the rotation of the 4 seasons. It had actually appeared in the Star Sword Master's zither. Stars appeared, the sun and moon alternated, night and day alternated, and the rotation of the 4 seasons. Every single one of them contained astonishing mysteries. They belonged to the mysteries of the Tao, the mysteries of the Star Sword Master's own Tao of the Sword. The Tao of the Star Sword Palace was the Star Sword Way, but it was just a general name. Different experts from the Star Sword Palace had different Tao of the stars. Of course, it was the same in the beginning, but it would become more and more different towards the end. Stars manifested to condense the minor star's sword domain. It was the 3rd level of the prodigious astral sword art. The hanging moon was the 4th level, and the blazing sun was the 5th level. This was basically the level of the prodigious astral sword art. 10,000 layers did not refer to 10,000 layers. That was impossible. Next, it was the Great Sword Saint's own comprehension. The Star Sword Master's comprehension was to transform into a black sun. That was the 6th level. After the black sun, it would transform into the rotation of the 4 seasons. That was the 7th level. What was the relationship between the 4 seasons and the Star Sword Tao? Chunzong didn't know, because his realm was indeed not at that level. Even though the way of cultivation was different, there was still a huge gap between him and the divine ancestor, whether in realm, cultivation, or strength. Therefore, the trip to the star microcosm this time had greatly affected Chunzong. The benefits it brought were also very great. Work hard to improve yourself. There's not much time left for such peace. The Stellar Sword Palace Master raised his hands gently. The sound of the guqin, the seemingly unorganized but not disturbing music, came to an end. The mysteries of the stars and the universe also stopped in an instant. Everything returned to its original state, to the state when Chunzong and the Stellar Sword Palace Master had just stepped into the stellar microcosm. Chunzong didn't quite understand the Star Sword Master's words, but he seemed to have grasped something. Is there not much time left for peace? Did that mean that it was going to be chaotic soon? How could he not be calm? This thought flashed through his mind, and it finally settled on the immortal and demon world. Thinking of this, Chunzong suddenly remembered something very important. However, because of the vermilion bird Holy Sun and the ancient phoenix divine maiden's engagement and the sky wind divine ancestor's pursuit, he had temporarily forgotten about it. In the fierce battle, Chunzong had also temporarily forgotten about it. Now, he suddenly remembered. Since he remembered, Chunzong immediately told him about it. The sea. The Star's Sword Master frowned. The invasion of the immortal and demon world was a big matter, an extremely big matter, and had to be taken very seriously. However, the sea was ultimately different from the land. A divine ancestor like him wouldn't easily step into the sea. Moreover, the sea's understanding of the immortal and demon world was very limited. However, this matter was very important. If the immortal and demon world really chose to enter the ancient mystic world through the sea, they would first develop in the sea. However, the sea didn't know much about the immortal and demon world. Moreover, the sea was much larger than the land and had many islands, so it would be even harder to find them if they hid. In this way, the immortal and demon world would have the opportunity to develop in the sea and eventually threaten the entire ancient mystic world. After confirming with Chunzong again, the Star Sword Master left with a serious expression. He had to find the sword masters of the other 3 holy lands to discuss this matter. Such a big matter was no longer something that a sword master like him could decide. After the Star's Sword Master left, Chunzong temporarily settled down in the Star Sword Palace. He was the honorary elder of the Star Sword Palace and had his own cave abode. Yunyunshin also had her own arrangements. Not to mention other things, just the status of the ancient Phoenix Mountain Goddess was not low, let alone a pristine saint. The ancient Phoenix Goddess sat together with Chunzong and asked softly, "Can you tell me about Yunyunshin?" She still didn't have any memories of Yunyunshin. However, judging from various signs, she might be Yunyunshin, although she was now called Gu Qingwang. She didn't know what had happened, but it didn't stop her from being curious. Yunyunshin, what kind of person was he? She asked curiously. Sure. Chunzong smiled faintly and started to recount the story. He started from the first time they had met during the test to enter the White Cloud Mountain. Chunzong's face was full of smiles, and his eyes were gentle. His tone was light and lively. A kind of beautiful feeling of being immersed in memories permeated the air and affected the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden listened quietly, and she was also drawn into those memories. Chunzong spoke in detail. Although it was something that happened many years ago, it still left a deep impression in Chunzong's heart. It was like a brand. One person spoke, and the other listened quietly. The sun rose, and the moon set, and the sun set, and the moon rose. This was a very long story. From the first time they met to entering White Cloud Mountain together, time after time, it slowly left a deep impression. The void, the 9 heavens imperial court, the outer universe, Taihao Mountain, and so on. As he spoke, Chunzong said for the first time that he wasn't from the ancient mystic world, but came from the outer universe. Of course, with Chunzong's current strength, even if everyone knew that he came from the outer universe, it wouldn't be a big deal. This wasn't a bad thing in the first place. Moreover, he had enough strength to protect himself. This was a period of tranquility, a period of happiness. As he talked about the past with Yunyunshin, It was like he was constantly reminiscing. Zong took out the fire element sword he got from the Divine Weapon Hall in the Paluo Imperial Palace and gave it to the ancient Phoenix Goddess. This sword had the power of a high-grade saint tool and was very impressive. Even in a holy land like ancient Phoenix Mountain, high-grade saint tools were very precious. Moreover, ancient Phoenix Mountain wasn't a holy land of the sword, so they didn't have any high-grade saint-level swords. At most, they had mid-grade swords. In the entire land region of the ancient mystic world, the value of a high-grade saint tool was very shocking. The value of a top-grade saint tool was even more shocking, and there were very few of them in holy lands. As for supreme treasures, they were the highest level. Even holy lands might not have them. For example, the Vermilion Bird Holy Land's Vermilion Bird Heavenly Flame could only be considered a half-supreme treasure. Moreover, there were high-grade or even top-grade saint tools in holy lands, but they might not be suitable. The ancient Phoenix Goddess liked this high-grade saint-level sword very much. It was stronger than the mid-grade saint-level sword she used, and it could increase her strength even more. This sword was called Green Brilliance. Every day, Zong and the ancient Phoenix Goddess spent time together. They talked about the details of Yunyuan, and then they sparred with each other. Zong was also constantly comprehending the prodigious astral 10,000 layers sword technique. This sword technique was indeed very powerful, especially after the Star Sword Master personally demonstrated it. The inspiration it brought to Zong was indescribable with words. The prodigious astral 10,000 layers sword technique improved little by little, and Zong could feel that the relationship between him and the ancient Phoenix Goddess was also constantly deepening. Zong spent these days very comfortably. It was as if he had let go of all his restraints, cast away all his worries, and didn't need to experience the tribulations of life and death. It was so simple to get along with each other, and when he was in the mood, he would draw his sword and prove it with his sword. Relaxed, unprecedentedly relaxed. The days passed quietly in this kind of relaxation. Every little bit left a deep impression, turning into an eternal memory. It was like a brand that was engraved into his bones and heart, unknowingly entering the depths of his divine sense. This day, Zong had been in the Star Sword Palace for half a year. In this half a year, everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. His thoughts were focused on comprehending his sword techniques, improving his cultivation level, and interacting with the ancient Phoenix Goddess bit by bit. His sword techniques had improved significantly. However, although he had talked about Yunyuan, the ancient Phoenix Goddess still couldn't remember it. However, there was a good sign. The ancient Phoenix Goddess seemed to be able to recall some fragmented memories, but every time she recalled something, she would feel uncomfortable. Zong also consulted the Star's Sword Master. After the Star's Sword Master checked, he came to the conclusion that her original memories had been sealed, and he couldn't break this seal. It wasn't that it couldn't be broken, but if it was forcibly broken, it would injure her divine sense, and the consequences would be very serious. Only the person who had placed the seal could break it. Through the aura of the seal, the Star Sword Master came to the conclusion that the person who had placed the seal was the ancient Phoenix ancestor of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. In other words, only the ancient Phoenix ancestor could break it. This was not good news. After all, Zong had interacted with the power clone of the ancient Phoenix ancestor before. In fact, it could be said that they had fought fiercely, and in the end, he had destroyed it. Although it was a power clone, it actually contained the intelligence and consciousness of the ancient Phoenix ancestor. Being so violent also meant that the ancient Phoenix ancestor himself was like this. Added with the fact that it was a saint beast and not a human, it was completely different and even more difficult to deal with. Of course, no matter how difficult it was to deal with, it wasn't enough to be the reason Zong didn't break the seal. However, the ancient Phoenix Goddess also knew the temperament of the ancient Phoenix ancestor, so she didn't plan to go to the ancient Phoenix Mountain now. At the very least, she had to have the strength to resist the ancient Phoenix ancestor. As for asking the Star Sword Master for help, the Star Sword Master was very busy. He had been constantly chasing after the whereabouts of the Sea Realm's worshipping sect, so he didn't have the time and energy to do so. Moreover, this had nothing to do with the Star Swordmaster. There's another way to break the seal, and that is to break the seal on your own. This was the original words of the Star Swordmaster before he left, and it was also the method that the ancient Phoenix goddess wanted to try. Chapter 3077. In the Starry Sword Palace, outside a cave, Chunzong stood still with a cold and solemn expression. A powerful aura erupted at that moment and swept out in all directions. In an instant, the invisible and powerful aura swept past and filled the surroundings in an instant. It suppressed everything and covered a radius of 100,000 square meters. Starlight appeared and flickered. There were as many as 10,000 stars. Then, a bright moon quietly condensed and sprinkled moonlight. When the bright moon appeared, the pressure within 100,000 square meters increased several times and became more and more shocking. It was as if everything was being suppressed. Under the faint moonlight, the invisible sword power spread in all directions and permeated everything. Afterwards, the moon expanded and the gloomy white luster rapidly changed. It turned red before being dyed with a sliver of gold. The golden red color was like a huge, blazing fireball, releasing extremely scorching light and heat. It turned into a shocking sword might that swept out in an extremely brutal and violent manner. It was upright and overbearing. Scorching Sun, the fifth level of the prodigious astral sword art. Thousands of stars disappeared, and the bright moon turned into a scorching sun that hung in the sky and shone in all directions. The extremely intense light filled the area within 100,000 square meters. It was the overbearing sword power that overflowed and was extremely majestic, crushing and burning everything. Great Path Domain. Chunzong's cultivation path was different from other cultivators. The outer universe was equivalent to the Great Path Domain. But now, Chunzong had cultivated the prodigious astral sword art and comprehended the fifth level. It was equivalent to mastering the astral sword realm, which was the true Great Path Domain. Immediately, Chunzong released the inner universe. Thousands of stars appeared in all directions, and a galaxy surrounded by 13 planets appeared. A silver-white cold light swept through the sky like divine thunder, releasing an extremely sharp aura. Immediately, the scorching sun of the fifth level of the prodigious astral sword art and the star that Taihao had transformed into in the inner universe approached each other and then merged into one. In an instant, shocking light and heat burst out, burning everything. The terrifying scorching sun sword power also doubled in an instant. Suppress. The astral sword field from the fifth level of the prodigious astral myriad sword art was instantly superimposed with the astral sword field released from the inner universe, doubling its power. Regardless of whether it was the astral sword or the innerverse, they were all equivalent to a Great Path Domain. When superimposed, their might would multiply, even surpassing the superimposed Great Path Domains of two great saints of the same origin. It was even more terrifying. Chunzong couldn't help but smile as he withdrew his inner universe and dispersed his astral sword domain. Even stronger, coupled with the power of the sea-suppressing pearl, it would become even more tyrannical. It could almost run amok in the great saint realm. However, when he thought of the strength of a divine ancestor, the smile on Chunzong's face immediately disappeared. It was still not enough. Even with the enhancement of the stellar sword field, he still couldn't contend with a divine ancestor. At most, he could only struggle a little. There was still a long way to go before he could contend against the sacred ancestor. In half a year, his cultivation hadn't improved significantly. At the level of the inner verse, it was increasingly difficult to improve. Even if Chunzong wanted to, he couldn't be in a hurry. On this day, Chunzong and Yu Nianxin practiced swordsmanship again. Rather than calling it a practice, it was better to say that Chunzong was guiding Yu Nianxin to comprehend swordsmanship on his own and constantly improve. During this process, Chunzong was also comprehending swordsmanship, finding out the shortcomings of the past, and improving it, thus further perfecting it. Tall buildings were built from the ground. Only by laying an incomparably solid foundation could one build taller floors without collapsing. Otherwise, when one continued to build taller and taller floors, after putting them into use, a loophole or flaw left behind in the foundation would cause the tall building to become unstable or even directly crack and collapse. That would be a tragedy. Elder Chun, please come to the Celestial Great Hall. The voice of the Celestial Sword Palace's palace master sounded somewhat dignified. Yunxin, wait for me here, Shenzong immediately said to Yunxin. Although Yunxin hadn't recovered her memories yet, all signs and information indicated that she was indeed Yunxin, the Yunxin whose memories had been sealed by the ancient Phoenix Patriarch. Moreover, in the past 6 months, she had been getting along very well with Shenzong. She didn't resist being called Yunxin at all. On the contrary, every time she was called that, there was an inexplicable joy that grew from the depths of her heart. In the Celestial Great Hall, the palace master and a group of elders were gathered here. They all looked dignified, which made Shenzong secretly feel that something was wrong. Elder Chun, you're here. The palace master nodded immediately, and the other elders also greeted Shenzong one after another. One had to know that the battle at the Vermilion Bird Holy Ground had already been made known to the other holy grounds. Therefore, they all knew that Shenzong was a great sword saint who could somewhat contend with a divine ancestor. Shenzong also returned the greeting and sat down. Elder Chun, this time I called you here because I hope you can help me with something, the Celestial Sword Palace's Star Sword Palace said seriously. The Star Sword Palace's palace master said seriously, the array formation of the Gate of Gods and Devils has been destroyed. The 5 Watchers have all disappeared. Shenzong's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. Didn't it mean the divine demon realm had invaded again? When was it discovered? Shenzong immediately asked, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. 3 days ago. The Celestial Sword Palace's palace master looked dignified. Judging from the traces, the spirit array was destroyed half a year ago. This was undoubtedly terrible news. The spirit array was destroyed half a year ago, and it was only discovered 3 days ago. What did this mean? It meant that the divine demon realm had most likely crossed over through the divine demon gate and invaded the ancient mystic world. However, in the past 6 months, there had been no news of the divine demon realm. Was it because the divine demon realm hadn't crossed over? The spirit array was undoubtedly destroyed by the divine demon realm, which meant that the divine demon realm had invaded, but there was no news of it. Obviously, the divine demon realm had learned from the previous experience and had chosen to lie low and develop silently. Gods and demons needed faith. As long as they could obtain faith and the power of faith, they could stay in the ancient profound world forever without any drawbacks. In fact, if they could obtain enough power of faith, they could even improve themselves further. Thus, it could be inferred that the divine demon realm had crossed over half a year ago and directly chose to lie low in the ancient mystic world. It was very likely that they had quietly developed faith, took root, and waited until they had accumulated to a certain extent before erupting and seizing the ancient mystic world. If by that time, the divine demon realm would have been established, and it would be a great disaster for the ancient mystic world. Half a year's time sounded very short, and it would be over with a little seclusion. However, half a year's time could also cause some changes, big changes. In half a year's time, the divine demon realm that had invaded the ancient mystic world might have quietly developed. The purpose of the Starry Sword Palace Master looking for Chunzong was very simple, and that was to set out to investigate and find the whereabouts of the divine demon realm. Once they were found, they would be killed immediately. Of course, apart from Chunzong, a portion of the others had to be set out, while the rest stayed behind to prevent the divine demon realm from invading their base camp. Chunzong was at the level of a great sword saint, and his strength was very strong. If he set out and found the divine demon realm, he could deal with it immediately and kill it. Moreover, Chunzong had the battle record of fighting against a divine ancestor. Even if he was not a match for the divine ancestor, he could still escape if he wanted to. Moreover, the divine demon realm was very strong, and the weakest was at the level of a demigod, which was equivalent to the level of a quasi-saint. Cultivators below the level of a quasi-saint would not have the slightest resistance against them and would be easily killed. The strength of the divine demon realm was even stronger and was equivalent to the level of a demigod, or even stronger than a demigod of the same level. Therefore, ordinary cultivators would not be able to contend against the divine demon realm. However, it was not useless. For example, they could issue a mission and ask their disciples to set out and search for any abnormalities. The divine demon realm needed faith, so there must be people who believed in them. This was a sign. After finding such a sign, they would report to the sect, and the sect would send out demigod saints to verify it. If it was true, it would be equivalent to completing the mission and they would be rewarded. If it was false, there would naturally be no reward. After all, the number of demigod saints was still very limited. Relying on demigod saints alone to search for the divine demon realm's traces would undoubtedly take a lot of time. Time was very important, and every day they delayed was equal to another day the divine demon realm developed. Perhaps one more day did not mean much, but the accumulation of one more day would be very shocking. As for whether the disciples would suffer any losses while searching for the divine demon realm's traces, that was also unavoidable. To resist the invasion of the divine demon realm, even a demigod saint would fall, let alone a non-saint saint. This time around, the master of Star Sword Palace had asked Shenzong to take action. Not only did he want Shenzong to search for the divine demon realm's traces, but his disciples had also discovered something that seemed to be the traces of the divine demon realm's development of faith. Hence, demigod saints were required to take action. Hearing what the master of Star Sword Palace said, Shenzong did not hesitate and immediately agreed. He informed Yun Xin, but Yun Xin requested to go with him. She was also a demigod saint with the power of demigod saint realm. On top of that, she had the upper sacred weapon, Qing Wang sword with her. In half a year, her swordsmanship had improved tremendously. Her power was not weak at demigod saint realm. Under normal circumstances, it would not be a problem for her to protect herself. Moreover, the invasion of the divine demon realm was definitely not a small matter. No demigod saints from ancient Xian world could avoid it. Sooner or later, they would have to fight. Hence, it was best for Yun Xin to come in contact with it. After all, with her going along, they could better ensure their safety. The two of them did not delay and immediately set off. They left Star Sword Palace and flew towards their destination at an extremely fast speed. Two sword lights streaked across the sky side by side. Shenzong covered Yun Xin with the power of his inner universe and carried Yun Xin to fly at an even faster speed. Otherwise, Yun Xin was only a small sword saint. In terms of speed, there was a huge difference between her and Shenzong, who was a great sword saint. The situation was urgent, and they naturally had to rush over as soon as possible to ascertain the situation. If it was really a divine demon, they would have to kill it. That location was also within the 10,000 sword ancient realm. It was a relatively remote place, and was a city called the Moon Sword City. It was a small city, similar to the Green Sword City. The more remote a small city was, the more beneficial it was for divine demons to develop their belief system and stabilize their foundation. The more remote a small city was, the less contact it had with the outside world and the fewer experts there were. Hence, it was easier for them to develop their belief system and control it. It was also harder for them to be discovered by the outside world. With Shenzong's full speed, even if he brought Yun Xin along, there would not be any hindrance. Very soon, they arrived at Moon Sword City. Chapter 3078. In the Moon Sword City, the night retreated and the morning sun rose. The light illuminated the eastern horizon, symbolizing the arrival of a new day. In a small city, there were many cultivators, but there were even more ordinary people. Ordinary people needed to live, so they had to get up early to work in exchange for a meager amount of money to support themselves and their families. The shops opened and began to accept customers from all over. At the city gate, there were farmers carrying hoes and caravans entering. The entire city seemed to have woken up. At this time, there were scattered people walking towards the city gate. After walking out of the city gate, they quickly ran towards a valley not far away. These people were clearly not ordinary people, and all of them were very fast. As they neared the mountain valley, traces of energy began to emanate from their bodies. The green energy was like a gust of wind that continuously swept out. However, it did not leave their bodies. Instead, it revolved around them, causing their speed to increase by several times. Two figures walked on a not-so-wide street of the Moonsword City. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome, but the most important thing was not his handsomeness, but an indescribable temperament. It was as vast as the sea, as deep as the abyss, as high as the sky, as if the heaven and earth could contain everything. As for the woman, not only was she beautiful, her temperament was also very unique. There was a kind of bright and beautiful feeling in her quick-witted eyes. Between her eyes, there was a bright and beautiful feeling, but it did not flow into the world of mortals. This man and woman were Chunzong and Yunyanshin. They arrived at the Moonsword City with the fastest speed possible. Because the disciples of the Star Sword Palace found some strange signs in the Moonsword City, they reported it. Chunzong and Yunyanshin quickly came to investigate. Upon arriving at the Moonsword City, Yunyanshin did not feel anything, but Chunzong immediately felt it. He felt that the aura here was a little strange, and this was because Chunzong's cultivation was high and his perception was astonishing. Furthermore, Chunzong had killed a few gods and devils before, so he was very familiar with them. Indeed, there was the smell of a god and devil. The disciples of Star Sword Palace did not make a mistake. There were indeed traces of a god in the Moonsword City. However, this god did not stay within the Moonsword City, but it should not be too far away. There might even be believers of the god in the Moonsword City. The next step was to find the god fiend. However, if a god was hiding, it would not be easy to find him. Perhaps he could start with the believers. It would be relatively simple to find the believers, and then let the believers find the god. Chunzong and Yunyanshin walked on the street. It looked like they were shopping, but Chunzong's immemorial heart force had already quietly spread out. The mixed Yuan heart force was a fusion of Chunzong's essence, spirit, divine thoughts, mind, and other powers. It was a very profound and mysterious power. Not only could this power be used to attack, it could also be used to defend, and it could also be used to investigate. It could be said to have many uses, and it would not fall into mediocrity because of this. The mixed Yuan heart force did not belong to the path of cultivation of this world. It was a power that belonged to Chunzong's unique path of cultivation. Therefore, it was even harder to detect. With Chunzong's cultivation of the inner universe, the moment the mixed Yuan heart force spread out, it was like an invisible net that covered the entire Moonsword City. Everything was under the cover of Chunzong's mixed Yuan heart force. Countless information emerged one after another, gathering from all directions like a torrent and pouring into Chunzong's mind. Chunzong's expression did not change in the slightest. It was as if the torrent of information that could destroy the spirit of a quasi-sage was as fine as a breeze, unable to affect his spirit in the slightest. Chunzong also used an astonishing speed to distinguish the various kinds of information within the information, looking for the god and devil's believers. While perceiving and distinguishing, Chunzong also chatted with Yunyanshin, looking like a couple going out on a trip. It was very pleasant. Shortly after, Yunyanshin bought 2 sticks of candied haws. She passed one stick to Chunzong and kept the other stick for herself. Her face was full of smiles like a carefree little girl. This feeling was very wonderful. It made Chunzong involuntarily recall the short period of time when he was still in the void many years ago. Eating the candied haws and feeling the sweetness spread in his mouth, Chunzong's face also had traces of a smile. He looked at Yunyanshin and smiled. It was as if the scene from several hundred years ago had overlapped. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the depths of Chunzong's eyes. He directly gave Yunyanshin a look. Yunyanshin immediately understood. The two slightly adjusted their direction and headed in the direction of the city gate. When they came, the two of them flew directly to a certain place in the Moonsword City. With their abilities, it was very easy for them to not be discovered. The two of them picked up their speed and silently did not attract the attention of others. Very soon, they arrived at the city gate and immediately stepped out of the city gate. Shenzong's eyes focused again. He seemed to see traces of the power of the god and devil spreading outwards. This was clearly the trace of the power of the god and devil, although it was very weak, and if it was other saint-level experts, they probably wouldn't be able to sense it. However, Shenzong's perception ability was too strong. In particular, his perception of the power of the god and devil was even better than that of a divine ancestor. With such strong and fine perception, and having fought with the god and devil many times, his understanding of the god and devil surpassed many saint-level experts. This was why the palace master of the Star Sword Palace asked Shenzong to help. Of course, others didn't know that Shenzong's perception of the power of the god and devil was so strong. Just the traces of some believers were so weak that other saint-level experts couldn't sense them. However, Shenzong was able to detect them. Silently, the two of them quickly approached the valley. Yunyanxin didn't know much about the god and devil and had never faced one before. Therefore, he wasn't clear. However, Shenzong felt it more and more clearly. The god and devil were there. They were hiding in the valley. They had restrained their power, developed their faith, and stood firm. They were waiting for the right time to erupt. However, they were still discovered. They were discovered by Shenzong. Mixed Yuan heart force swept past like a breeze. In an instant, it filled the entire valley. Nothing could hide. Very quickly, Shenzong locked onto the location of the god and devil. It was located in the depths of the valley. Moreover, it was located in an underground cave. The god and devil were hiding behind a 10-meter-tall statue. In front of the statue, there were hundreds of people kneeling and worshipping. Hundreds of people were nothing to the Moon Sword City. Although the Moon Sword City was only a small city, it had a population of 1 to 200,000. Hundreds of people were only a small part of the population. Traces of aura emanated from these hundreds of people and entered the statue. The statue seemed to be flickering with a light that was hard to see with the naked eye. The power of faith. That was the power of faith. Bringing Yunyanxin with him, Shenzong directly stepped into the underground cave. A tyrannical sword intent directly locked onto the statue. Shenzong and Yunyanxin's arrival was completely unknown to the hundreds of people. However, the god and devil knew. Explode. In that instant, the god fiend exploded out, and the 10-meter-tall statue directly shattered, turning into countless fragments that shot out. Each fragment contained shocking power as they mercilessly shot out. A portion of the believers were immediately hit and pierced through without being able to resist at all. Their bodies were pierced, and they instantly died. The god and devil did not show any mercy just because they were believers. It was as if they were slaughtering chickens. However, even more fragments that carried an extremely terrifying power of the god and devil shot towards Shenzong and Yunyanxin. It was as if they could shatter the void. The power was extremely terrifying. Shenzong did not draw his sword. This was only a god and devil. To him, it was not a threat at all. With a casual shake of his hand, he suddenly waved his sleeve, causing a gust of wind. The sword chi in the gust of wind was vast and mighty, instantly shattering all the fragments that shot towards him. This move immediately caused the god and devil's expression to change greatly. Without any hesitation, he rolled up a black light and immediately rushed towards the other direction of the cave. The black spear in his hand spun violently like a drill, drilling directly into the mountain wall and breaking through the earth. Yunyanxin, I'll let you practice, Shenzong said with a smile. Okay. Yunyanxin immediately responded. She directly drew her sword. The Qing Wang sword immediately burned and filled the air with a blazing aura. Her figure flashed, and like a fire phoenix, she flew directly towards the god and devil with her long sword. An ear-piercing cry suddenly sounded. The fire phoenix flew across the sky and attacked in an instant. The tip of the sword was like the phoenix's mouth, easily piercing the void. The mystery of swordsmanship was completely revealed in this sword move. This swordsmanship was a very strong swordsmanship of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. It was called the Holy Phoenix Swordsmanship. Of course, it could not be compared to the supreme secret swordsmanship like the stellar myriad sword art. However, it was also an inheritance that was second only to the supreme secret swordsmanship. It was also considered to have amazing power. Yun Yinshin attacked the god, and Chun Zong guarded her to prevent any accidents from happening. This time, since they wanted to kill the god and devil, they also wanted to let Yun Yinshin personally fight with the god and devil. She wanted to see the power of the god and devil with her own eyes, so that when she encountered the god and devil in the future, she would not be caught off guard due to her lack of experience in a life and death battle. The god and devil were equivalent to the pristine saint realm, but overall, they would be stronger than the pristine saint realm. However, this was not absolute. Some powerful pristine saint realm could still contend with or even suppress the god and devil. Yun Yinshin's talent and swordsmanship was not bad. With Chun Zong's guidance, she had already cultivated the Holy Phoenix swordsmanship to a very profound level. In addition to her good cultivation base and the support of the sacred gray bloodline, she was not weak in the pristine saint realm. In the land region of the ancient, mysterious world, bloodline was the most important. Although there were some experts who did not have any bloodline, it was still the world of bloodline after all. Moreover, not all sacred grade experts had the sacred gray bloodline. Generally speaking, as long as one had the heavenly gray bloodline, there was hope to break through to the sacred grade. If one had a bloodline below the heavenly grade, there was no hope to break through to the sacred grade. As for the sacred grade experts who had the sacred gray bloodline, their strength would naturally be more powerful, especially after the power of the bloodline was stimulated. Fight! Seeing that he could not escape, the god and devil immediately erupted and turned around to counterattack. A black battle spear pierced through the air and directly smashed the void towards Yun Yinshin. It was so ferocious that Yun Yinshin could not help but turn pale. She had relatively little experience in life and death battles. Chapter 3079. Fight! Inside the underground cave, Yun Yinshin and the demon were locked in a fierce battle. After a few months, she had gained hundreds of believers. Although the power of faith was not much, it was enough to maintain the demon in the ancient mystic world without weakening its strength. Yun Yinshin displayed the sacred phoenix swordsmanship to the extreme. Usually, when she sparred with Chun Zong would constantly give her pointers, improving and perfecting it further. Now, Yun Yinshin's sacred phoenix swordsmanship had surpassed the original version of ancient Phoenix Mountain and reached an even higher level. However, when Chun Zong and Yun Yinshin fought, it was really just a spar and not a battle of life and death. They would more or less hold back. Whether Yun Yinshin was in the original void, in the outer universe, or in the inner universe by chance to become the goddess of ancient Phoenix Mountain, she had experienced less life and death battles. She cannot be considered a veteran of hundreds of battles. Compared to Chun Zong, she was far from it. She needed more training, and now was an excellent opportunity. Yun Yinshin was also very clear about this point. However, she was previously the goddess of ancient Phoenix Mountain, and her status was very high. Whenever a battle broke out, she did not need to do it personally. Her subordinates were enough to deal with it, or they were afraid of the strength of ancient Phoenix Mountain and did not dare to offend her, so there were very few fighter jets. In the fierce battle of life and death with the demon, Yun Yinshin was completely focused. Her essence, energy, and spirit were incomparably condensed and focused. The power of the sacred phoenix swordsmanship was also constantly stimulated. Every sword became more concise, but its power became more tyrannical. At first, Yun Yinshin was at a disadvantage, and the demon had the upper hand. Its black spear was extremely tyrannical, and its power was terrifying. It beat Yun Yinshin until she was surrounded by danger. Chun Zong still did not make a move. After all, he was only at a disadvantage and was not in a life and death crisis. If he had to make a move just because he was at a disadvantage, it wouldn't be beneficial to Yun Yinshin's training. Now, Yun Yinshin had unleashed the powerful might of the sacred phoenix swordsmanship. Every strike became more concise and more tyrannical, gradually turning the disadvantageous situation around. She began to be on par with this demon god, fighting fiercely without rest. As for the followers, many of them were killed or injured by the overflowing qi, but some of them still managed to escape. Shenzong did not intend to stop them. They were just a bunch of ignorant people who had been deceived. This demon god's attacks became more and more ruthless. Every move was fatal, but Yunyanxin was not anxious at all. She continued to use the sacred phoenix sword arts to counter, blocking all of her opponent's attacks. Every strike became more and more tyrannical, and the cries of the phoenix became more and more melodious and intense. The cries reverberated in all directions. The battle was extremely intense, but Chunzong had been standing at the side all this time. This gave the demon god even more pressure. Blazing Phoenix. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Yunyanxin unleashed the sacred phoenix swordsmanship's ultimate skill. The green brilliance sword trembled, as if it had turned into a green phoenix burning with blazing flames. It instantly traversed the sky and bombarded the demon god. The terrifying high temperature boiled the air in the cave, and even the surrounding cave walls began to melt. Under the blazing high temperature, it also contained an extremely violent power. The demon god did not dare to take this blow head-on. Even if his demon god's body was extremely tyrannical, he would be injured if he took it head-on. There was another expert with unknown strength watching from the side. Once he was injured, it would be very disadvantageous for him. It had to be said that this demon god had taken the wrong path from the beginning. He had developed his faith in this underground cave, but there was only one exit. Now that he could not leave through the exit, it was not impossible to blast a way out, but it would take some time. That little bit of time was simply impossible to seize. Of course, if he knew Qinzong's strength, he would not have such thoughts. The strength of a great sword saint was not something he could contend against. If it weren't for the fact that Yunyanxin needed to temper herself, Chunzong would have been able to kill the righteous god fiend with a single strike. The righteous god fiend wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike. The demon god's body was indeed very strong, but it was still lacking when compared to someone of the same level. Erupt, ancient phoenix bloodline. In an instant, a red light bloomed between Yunyanxin's eyebrows, condensing into the mark of a phoenix bathed in flames. His entire body was filled with an extremely shocking scarlet aura, dancing endlessly like scarlet ribbons. Soon after, they gathered behind Yunyanxin and transformed into a pair of scarlet phoenix wings, causing Yunyanxin's speed to increase. As his speed increased, the blazing power contained in each of his sword strikes also increased by several times. His strength increased explosively. Blazing Phoenix. Skyward. Sky burning. One move after another. Each move was more powerful than the previous one. It was terrifying to the extreme. The entire mountain of sand and rocks in the cave melted, and the corpses of the believers were also scorched black. It was the same inside and outside, and they were directly turned into charcoal. Strong. Extremely strong. After activating the ancient phoenix bloodline, Yunyanxin's strength became even more astonishing. She unleashed her 3 ultimate moves in succession, directly suppressing the fiend god and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. It was simply impossible for the fiend god to resist. The terrifying power blasted into the fiend god's body, wantonly burning and destroying it. If it wasn't for the fact that the fiend god's body was extremely tyrannical, it was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to resist and would have been burned to ashes. Even so, the demon god could not help but spit out blood. The blood he spat out was shockingly hot, as if it was not blood but magma. When it landed on the ground, it immediately burned a hole in the ground and crystallized all around. The 4th move, Descent of the Holy Phoenix. This was the strongest move of the Holy Phoenix swordsmanship. It gathered all of Yunyanxin's terrifying power and directly shot down from the sky, transforming into a golden red phoenix. It was dozens of meters in size and was extremely condensed. The power it carried was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy the world and incinerate everything. This move was unreserved and merciless. The demon god's expression changed greatly. His battle spear erupted, and black light surged like a violent tide. He did not dodge at all. It was difficult to dodge in this cave, so he could only face it head-on. With a boom, the black light surged forward like a raging wave, crushing mountains with an incomparably shocking momentum. It carried with it the resolve of a fiend god, the resolve to face death. Even if he died, he would drag someone down with him. Shenzong's expression changed slightly. The mixed Yuan heart force enveloped him, ready to attack at any time. Although he wanted to let Yu Nianxin temper herself, he could not let her be injured. It would be fine if she was lightly injured, but if she was seriously injured, it would be very troublesome. However, in an instant, the golden red phoenix, which was tens of meters long, suddenly turned and spun at an astonishing speed. The speed of its descent also increased in an instant, and its might became even more terrifying. It was as if all of its power had been fused into its mouth as it struck down, and the void was completely torn apart. The golden red light and the black light came into contact in an instant and then collided. In an instant, an extremely terrifying power erupted. In an instant, the void seemed to have solidified. In the next breath, the force of a tsunami erupted and swept in all directions. It was unstoppable. The cave wall was bombarded again, and countless cracks appeared and fell down. The golden red phoenix shattered, and Yu Nianxin flew backward. The black light dissipated, and the demon god's body was covered with cracks. Blood flowed out, and she knelt on the ground. Her breath was weak, and she seemed to have lost the ability to resist. But at the same time, the descent of the Holy Phoenix had also exhausted Yu Nianxin's cultivation power. She could not attack again in a short period of time. This demon god was still alive. The strength of the demon god's body was indeed very terrifying. Shenzong also noticed that although the demon god's injuries were very serious, they were recovering at an astonishing speed. In addition to the tyrannical strength of the demon god's body, the power of faith also played a big role. The power of faith could allow the demon god to take root in the ancient mysterious world. When the power of faith was strong enough, it could also increase the demon god's power and heal injuries. Yu Nianxin also noticed that the demon god's injuries were recovering rapidly, and his breath was also growing rapidly. Her expression changed slightly. Relatively speaking, her recovery speed was not as fast as the demon god's. This made Yu Nianxin realize how difficult it was to deal with a demon god. "Let me do it," Shenzong said to Yu Nianxin with a smile, and immediately drew his sword. Since Yu Nianxin had exhausted her cultivation, it was not suitable for her to attack again. Of course, if she was alone and had no choice but to attack, she could only burn her blood in exchange for an instant of power. But that would hurt her own blood, which was very disadvantageous to her. Now that Shenzong was on the side, he would definitely not let Yu Nianxin do so. The moment the heavenly will sword was unsheathed, it directly streaked across the void. It silently cut a sword mark and pointed directly at the demon god. Fast. Not only was this sword subtle, but it was also extremely fast. It was one of the wholehearted sword arts. It was like a shooting star, like a cold bolt of lightning across the sky. It seemed to be straight, but there was a slight trajectory. The demon god's expression suddenly changed, but he could not dodge. His injuries were recovering rapidly, but it would be difficult for him to fully recover in a short period of time. Shenzong had the strength of a great sword saint and was extremely tyrannical. Once he attacked, he had no intention of holding back. One sword to kill. The demon god could not dodge or resist. In just an instant, the space between his eyebrows was directly pierced. The terrible sword will directly blasted into his mind and wantonly destroyed it. When Shenzong pulled the sword out, he also pulled out the divinity. This was the most fatal. With the divinity, the demon god had the possibility of resurrection. It was easy to resurrect as long as they had faith. But if they lost the divinity, they would die without doubt. After killing with one sword, Shenzong looked at Yu Nianxin with the divinity. "Nianxin, let me refine this divinity first." When my strength is raised to the extreme and enough to contend with the divine ancestor, I will take you to ancient Phoenix Mountain to break the seal and restore your memory. Okay. Union Sheen did not hesitate at all. The divinity of the demon god was of great use, and one of them was to raise one's cultivation. When Chunzong was in the inner world, he had used the divinity to quickly raise the cultivation of the inner world from the entry level to the completion level of the inner world. The time it took was not long. If he cultivated by himself, it would take a long time. Now, the innerverse realm was much more powerful than the inner world realm. It was difficult to raise it in half a year. Chunzong estimated that it would take decades to raise the innerverse realm from the entry level to the small success level. However, the divinity might be able to shorten this time by a large margin. As such, the divinity was very important. Chapter 3080. The effect of a single strand of divinity on me has already become very weak. Above the sky, 2 streaks of sword light flew past. Chunzong frowned slightly and thought to himself. When he was in his inner world, a strand of divinity was enough to raise his inner world from beginner to small success or even large success. The effect was very shocking, but now, Chunzong's inner world had refined that strand of divinity in just 3 breaths of time. After refining it, his inner world cultivation had indeed increased, and the mixed yuan heart force had become stronger, but it was very limited. If he wanted to make a comparison, it was roughly equivalent to his own cultivation results for a year. After refining and absorbing a strand of divinity, the improvement was equivalent to his own cultivation results for a year. Was it more or less? Compared to the improvement in his inner world, it was naturally less and very little. The improvement was too minute, but compared to his own cultivation, it was a lot. Absorbing a strand of divinity with 2 flowers was equivalent to his own cultivation results for a year. 10 strands of divinity were equivalent to 10 years of cultivation results. If there were 100 strands of divinity, then it would be 100 years of cultivation results. If he could obtain dozens of strands of divinity to refine and absorb, perhaps his cultivation would be able to jump from beginner to small success in the inner world, and his strength would improve significantly in a short period of time. However, it was not easy to obtain dozens of strands of divinity in a short period of time. However, the invasion of the god fiends might be a good opportunity. A strand of divinity was equivalent to a year of cultivation results. Thinking about it, Chunzong felt that it was not bad. Using his special treasure, he contacted Starry Sword Palace and informed them that the god fiends in Moonsward City had been killed. Chunzong asked if they had found any other abnormalities, but unfortunately, the god fiends were hidden very deeply. Even if many disciples of Starry Sword Palace searched everywhere, they could not find much. Moonsward City was one, and there were a few in other places. They had already been verified and dealt with by the other saints of Starry Sword Palace. After that, Chunzong and Union Sheen didn't return to the Stellar Sword Palace, nor did they go to the ancient Phoenix Mountain. Instead, they cultivated and scouted for information, looking for signs of the demon god. If they were lucky, they might be able to find the whereabouts of the demon god. Unfortunately, even though Chunzong's mixed yuan heart force was superb, it was difficult for him to find the whereabouts of the gods and demons without a clear target. Perhaps the gods and demons also knew that the cultivators of the ancient profound world were constantly searching for them, so they hid even deeper. Now it was the incubation period for the divine demons. Once the incubation period was over, the divine demons would show themselves and launch an attack to invade the ancient profound world. Therefore, they had to take advantage of the time when the celestial demon was in hiding to find them and kill them. This would weaken the strength of the celestial demon camp and delay the eruption of the celestial demon camp. At the same time, it would also increase the strength of the cultivators of the ancient profound world. When they were strong and the enemy was weak, even if the celestial demon camp really launched a large-scale invasion, it would be resisted. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Shenzong and Yunyinshin wandered around the myriad sword ancient domain, searching, but they still couldn't find any signs of the demon god. However, in these 3 months, the two swordsmanship had improved further, and their strength had improved to a certain extent. Suddenly, Shenzong received a message from the Stellar Sword Palace. His expression changed, and he immediately turned around with Yunyinshin and flew away at top speed. The message from the Stellar Sword Palace indicated that they had found traces of the demon god. Moreover, it was 100% certain because they had lost a sword saint expert. The process of searching and killing the demon god also put them in danger. In the process of putting oneself in danger, the demon god wasn't a small animal like a rabbit or a pheasant that could be killed easily. On the contrary, it was an existence that was stronger than cultivators. Demons of the same level were often stronger than cultivators. Therefore, when cultivators wanted to kill the demon god, they also had to bear the risk of being killed. Now, the Stellar Sword Palace had lost a sword saint expert. The loss was not small, but there was nothing they could do about it. The good news was that Star Sword Palace had successfully killed 2 principal god-level fiend gods and injured 1 spiritual god-level fiend god. However, the injured spiritual god-level fiend god had gone into hiding, and no one knew where it had gone. The death of a sword saint meant that they had to mobilize a great sword saint. However, the number of great sword saints in the Stellar Sword Palace was very limited. At least 2 of them had to stay behind to guard the Stellar Sword Palace to prevent sneak attacks. Shenzong happened to be searching for the demon god outside, so he was the most suitable person to take action. Shenzong didn't hesitate at all. He immediately accepted and set off. The place where the sword saint of the Stellar Sword Palace died was outside the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain. It was a small domain adjacent to the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain. It was a small domain called the Descending Sword Domain, and it was quite close to the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain. The Descending Sword Domain was only a small domain. However, due to the influence of the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain, there were many sword cultivators in this domain. The Sword Dao was also quite prosperous. Of course, it was far from being comparable to the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain. In the entire Descending Sword Domain, there was only 1 pristine saint sword cultivator. He was the strongest person in the Descending Sword Domain. Shenzong was extremely fast. He quickly flew across the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain and arrived at the Descending Sword Domain. He immediately felt that the Sword Dao aura of the Descending Sword Domain had dropped by a large level. It couldn't be compared to the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain at all. Of course, if the Sword Dao aura of the Descending Sword Domain could be compared to the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain, the strength of the Descending Sword Domain would be even more powerful. It wouldn't just be a small domain, but a major domain. In fact, the trace of the divine demon wasn't discovered by the disciples of the Stellar Sword Palace. It was discovered by the only sword saint of the Descending Sword Domain, the Lightning Sword Saint. He and the other sword saint of the Stellar Sword Palace investigated and fought together. In the end, one of them died and the other was injured. The one who died was the sword saint of the Stellar Sword Palace, and the one who was injured was the Lightning Sword Saint. The Lightning Sword Saint had used a secret technique to escape. In addition, the divine demon was afraid of being found by other experts, so he gave up the chase and hid himself. That was how the Lightning Sword Saint managed to survive. When Shenzong arrived at the Descending Sword Domain, he went straight to the Lightning Sword Saint. The Lightning Sword Saint wasn't alone. He was the sect master of the Lightning Sword Sect, the number 1 heaven-class force in the Descending Sword Domain. When Shenzong arrived, the Lightning Sword Saint immediately welcomed him. His face was pale and his breath was weak. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered from his injuries. Soon after, the Lightning Sword Saint explained everything in detail. Shenzong listened carefully, and his eyes seemed to sparkle endlessly. After that, the Lightning Sword Saint personally led Shenzong and Yunyinshin to the place where the divine demon was found. It was a mountain, a black mountain. It was called Black Sword Mountain. Deep inside Black Sword Mountain, Shenzong sensed carefully. Indeed, he felt the residual aura of the divine demon. A divine demon had indeed appeared here. Finally, The three of them arrived at the deepest part of Blacksword Mountain. "It's here," said the Lightning Sword Saint. The Lightning Sword Saint said. The surroundings were filled with sword scars and other broken traces. The sword scars were filled with the aura of the stars, Sword Tao, and the Lightning Sword Tao, while the remaining traces contained the aura of the Fiend God. Indeed, this was the place where the two sword saints and the divine demon had clashed. From this, it could be determined that this Fiend God was a principal god. No matter how strong the divine demon was, Chun Zong could deal with it. He could let Yun Yinxin fight a fierce battle first to hone Yun Yinxin's strength and experience in life and death battles. At that time, if he couldn't beat the divine demon, he would step in. Search. Chun Zong began to release the mixed Yuan Heart Force and searched continuously. The mixed Yuan Heart Force was extraordinary, and it was perfect for searching for clues. Not long after, Chun Zong found the traces left behind by the divine demon. Although they were very subtle, so subtle that other great saints couldn't detect them, Chun Zong still found them. Chase. Without any hesitation, Chun Zong took the lead, followed by Yun Yinxin and the Lightning Sword Saint. They immediately chased after Chun Zong. Although the Lightning Sword Saint's injuries hadn't healed, he was still a sword saint. His strength was still not bad. The divine demon was hiding, but hiding didn't mean that it had disappeared. However, Chun Zong finally lost his target after a careful search. He couldn't feel the aura left behind by the divine demon's power. What's going on? Chun Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately looked around, but he couldn't find anything. Peerless Sword Saint, does this divine demon have some unusual means to hide himself? The Lightning Sword Saint thought for a while and said, like some unique alternate space treasure. Alternate space treasures were created to hide in an alternate space in the world, making it difficult for others to find. Moreover, it would also isolate all auras. If the divine demon had such a treasure, it was normal that it would be difficult to find it. However, alternate space treasures were relatively rare. It was hard to say whether the divine demon had one. Even if there was a treasure in another space, it would not be easy to find it. After a careful search, Chun Zong, Yun Yinxin, and the Lightning Sword Saint immediately split up and searched around. They were all saint-level powerhouses. Even if they encountered any danger, they wouldn't be killed immediately. They would be able to use their strength to resist and wait for the other two saint-level powerhouses to come to their aid. Moreover, Chun Zong wasn't an ordinary sword saint. He was a great sword saint. Among the great sword saints, he was one of the more powerful ones. Even if he encountered a divine demon at the spiritual god level, Chun Zong could still fight. Under the power of the sea-suppressing orb, ordinary divine demons at the spiritual god level were no match for Chun Zong. They kept searching, digging 3 feet into the ground. I found it. The Lightning Sword Saint's voice suddenly sounded. Chun Zong and Yun Yinxin reacted extremely quickly. In an instant, they exploded with extreme speed and rushed towards the Lightning Sword Saint. Chun Zong's speed was faster, and he closed in immediately. His speed surprised the Lightning Sword Saint. He was even faster than the Lightning Sword Saint, and much faster. One had to know that the Lightning Sword Saint specialized in the Lightning Sword Tao, and he specialized in speed. This peerless sword saint was indeed a great sword saint. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fast. Shortly after, Yun Yinxin also flew over. Peerless Sword Saint, Green Glory Sword Saint is here. The Lightning Sword Saint immediately pointed to an empty space in front of them. He looked over and didn't find anything unusual. I was born with sharp senses. When I was searching here, I felt something strange. The name Green Glory Sword Saint was given by Yun Yinxin herself. She was somewhat famous in the past few months. The reason why she was named Green Glory Sword Saint was because of the green glory sword that Chun Zong gave her. Chapter 3081. The mixed Yuan Heart Force was fully released and condensed, directly covering the front. Bit by bit, Chun Zong finally sensed it. It was a completely different aura, but it was hidden very well. If the Lightning Sword Saint had not warned him, Chun Zong would not have been able to find it. Now that he had sensed it, it meant that he had a clearer target. After a while, Chunzong's eyes flashed. He immediately drew his sword and slashed out. The sword light was earth-shattering, like a divine thunder tearing the world apart, directly slashing at the empty space in front of him. It was an extremely powerful slash, but its aura was completely restrained. It was silent and extremely fast. The slash did not miss. Instead, it seemed to have slashed at something. The sword light suddenly broke through and directly slashed a pitch-black crack. It was the crack of the alternate space. The alternate space treasure could create an alternate space and hide it. However, the strength of the alternate space was limited. A full blow from a pristine saint was enough to break it. Of course, those below the saint level did not have the strength to destroy it. The pitch-black crack was like a monster's open mouth, emitting a strange aura. That was the aura of the divine demon. Chunzong did not rush into the alternate space. Instead, he waved his sword again, slashing out streaks of stunning sword light, immediately slashing at the void in front of him. All the slashes hit the alternate space, creating more cracks. Each crack was a few meters long, constantly expanding. The alternate space was indeed very strong, but could not stop Chunzong's sword. Yunyinshin and the lightning sword saint also successively helped and finally broke the alternate space. Suddenly, more divine demon aura surged out of the broken alternate space. Sure enough, the divine demon was hiding in the alternate space. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed, and a dark blue, extremely terrifying aura suddenly bloomed in the alternate space. It instantly blasted out like an explosion, as if it was tearing the world apart and shattering everything. As soon as the dark blue lightning appeared, it suddenly split into a lightning net that covered Chunzong and the other two. Its power was extremely terrifying. It was much more powerful than the divine demon that Yunyinshin had fought previously. His strength was equivalent to the peak of the pristine saint stage. Yunyinshin, I'll leave it to you. Chunzong didn't have the slightest intention to attack again and immediately withdrew. Yunyinshin nodded. The cyan brilliance sword suddenly flashed, bringing with it an ear-piercing cry. It was as if a phoenix had spread its wings and flew out, bringing with it bursts of cyan phoenix flames that collided with the dark blue lightning. The lightning sword saint's body flashed, and he instantly turned into a bolt of lightning as he retreated rapidly, dodging the attack of the dark blue lightning. Green flames spread out and burned in all directions, turning into a sea of fire that burned incessantly. The figure of the green phoenix swept through the sea of fire, shattering the dark blue lightning one after another. However, Chunzong could see that Yunyinshin's strength in the pristine saint realm was still not enough. He had yet to reach the peak of the pristine saint realm. On the other hand, the divine demon was at the peak of the righteous god realm and was even stronger. However, it wouldn't be so easy for the divine demon to win. Yunyinshin's swordsmanship was getting better and better. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could still hold on for a period of time to hone himself and further explore his potential. As for the lightning sword saint, his injuries hadn't healed yet. In such a battle, he couldn't exert his full strength, so he might as well watch from the side. After all, there was a great grand sword saint, peerless sword saint guarding the side, so it wouldn't be his turn to attack. The divine demon's hands were wrapped in a dark blue lightning. It attacked Yunyinshin in a frenzy, displaying the superb martial arts of the divine demon. Every punch carried with it the terrifying power of thunder, shattering the vacuum and shattering the layers of flames. Yunyinshin activated the power of the ancient phoenix bloodline. Streaks of crimson flames fluttered, forming a pair of phoenix fire wings. Yunyinshin's speed increased dramatically. The sacred phoenix swordsmanship under the Qing Wang sword blazed fiercely. Under the Qing Wang sword, Yunyinshin's body and sword became one. He was like a flaming phoenix flying. His wings were like the edge of a sword, and his beak was like the tip of a sword. Chunzong stared. Once Yunyinshin was in great danger, he would immediately draw his sword. With his strength and speed, he would immediately attack the moment he drew his sword. He would instantly kill and rescue Yunyin from danger. An unexpected change occurred abruptly. Chunzong's eyes narrowed as he saw a wisp of black lightning silently shoot out from the depths of the damaged alternate space. It was very fast and very sudden. It was impossible to guard against it. The black lightning was as thick as a chopstick. Its tip pierced through the sky like the tip of a sword. It mercilessly attacked Yunyin, wanting to kill him in one blow. It was too fast. It was so fast that Yunyin couldn't react in time. She only felt a great sense of danger in an instant, and the shadow of death filled her heart. However, Yunyin didn't panic. Her expression only darkened slightly. She immediately attacked the righteous god fiend with her sword. As for the attack that couldn't be avoided, she directly ignored it. This was because she believed that someone would block that attack. Chunzong was extremely fast. He instantly drew his sword and executed the single-hearted sword technique with the profundity of the heavenly light sword-drawing technique. No, it should be said that the profundity of the heavenly light sword-drawing technique had long been integrated into the single-hearted sword technique. As soon as he drew his sword, its power would instantly increase by several times. Chunzong's superb senses allowed him to know how terrifying that black lightning was. It had completely surpassed the righteous god-fiend realm and was at the spiritual god-fiend realm. There was actually a righteous god-fiend and a spiritual god-fiend realm expert hiding in this alternate space. If it was a pristine saint realm expert, he would definitely die an unnatural death. Fortunately, Chunzong wasn't a pristine saint realm expert. He was a great sword saint and not an ordinary great sword saint. Single-hearted sword technique, sword 5. Currently, the single-hearted sword technique had a total of 13 swords. It no longer required sword 1 to continuously accumulate power. He could directly execute any one of the swords. It also possessed the power of sword 1 as a foundation. In other words, when Chunzong directly executed sword 5, it was as if he had unknowingly executed sword 1 to sword 4. The sword light tore through the air and pierced through everything. In an instant, the black lightning was struck and shattered. Even though the power of the sneak attack was extraordinary, it was weakened by the fact that it had to be executed silently. It couldn't block Chunzong's sword. After sword 5 shattered the black lightning, it brazenly charged in the direction where the black lightning came from like a hot knife through butter. Exclamations of surprise and bewilderment followed. In an instant, a second figure flew over. That figure transformed into a huge black lightning bolt. It was extremely fast and charged toward Chunzong without any hesitation or mercy. A spiritual god-fiend. A spiritual god-fiend who had mastered the divine power of thunder. 2 god-fiends. This was beyond Chunzong's expectations. However, it seemed to be a matter of course. If it was only a righteous god-fiend, would he be able to kill one or severely injure the other under the joint attack of 2 sword saints? Although god-fiends of the same level were usually stronger, a saint realm sword cultivator's battle strength wasn't weak either. In particular, the one who was killed was a saint realm sword cultivator from Star Sword Palace. It was inconceivable. If the sword saint wanted to escape, he should be able to do so. Now that he saw this spiritual god-fiend, Chunzong understood why. A spiritual god-fiend was equivalent to a great sword saint. Their strength was tyrannical. Coupled with a righteous god-fiend expert, it wasn't difficult to kill or severely injure a sword saint. However, a second doubt suddenly popped up. Why wasn't the lightning sword saint killed? Why was he able to escape from a righteous god-fiend and a spiritual god-fiend expert? Instead, it was the more powerful sword saint from Star Sword Palace who was killed. What was the reason for this? Was it because the lightning sword saint had mastered some unique life-saving technique? That was also possible. The spiritual god-fiend attacked in an instant. The black lightning's power was extremely terrifying and shattered everything. He didn't show any mercy. Chunzong's expression was solemn, but a cold glint bloomed in the depths of his eyes. He immediately unleashed his sword skills. Saber 9, a sword pierced through the air. Its power was much more tyrannical than Saber 5's. 2 against 2. Yunyin fought fiercely with the righteous god-fiend expert. Although he was at a disadvantage, He resisted with his superb sword skills and wouldn't be defeated for a while. Chunzong, on the other hand, was locked in a fierce battle with the spirit god realm, fiend god expert. Every strike of his was extremely profound, and it completely shattered the spirit god realm, fiend god's black lightning. Chunzong's advantage was extremely obvious, as he directly suppressed the spirit god realm, fiend god expert. Suppress. The spiritual god-fiend's expression turned cold when he saw that he was at a disadvantage. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the alternate space that had been slashed exploded and turned into a terrifying torrent that swept over. It swept across 3,000 kilometers with a majestic momentum. It was as if the sea was flowing backward and the sky was collapsing. In an instant, it completely covered the surroundings. The area within a radius of 100,000 meters was directly enveloped. Whether it was Chunzong, Yunyinshin, or the Lightning Sword Saint, they were all caught in it. A terrifying pressure erupted in an instant and charged toward Chunzong like an invisible mountain. It was extremely terrifying. This was the final eruption of the broken alternate space treasure. If it wasn't broken, it could be used many times. However, now that it was broken, it could either be repaired and used again, or it would be completely damaged after being used and couldn't be repaired. But now, he encountered Chunzong, who possessed great strength and was considered a very strong existence among the spiritual gods. In this ancient, profound world, he was definitely a well-known expert. Such experts were relatively rare. If he could kill him, he could further weaken the power of the ancient, profound world. At that time, it would be easier to invade the ancient, profound world when the time came. Exchanging a broken treasure for the life of a strong enemy and removing obstacles for future invasions was very worthwhile, even if alternate space treasures were relatively rare. Chunzong's expression couldn't help but change. This pressure was very tyrannical. In an instant, his body was suppressed and he couldn't move. The spiritual god-fiend expert also seized the opportunity to completely erupt. He blasted out a terrifying black lightning that was as thick as a thigh. This black lightning carried a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. It was as if it could shatter heaven and earth and destroy all things. It was as if it could shatter stars and worlds. Chunzong's expression didn't change. His mixed Yuan heart force suddenly erupted, and his inner universe was also released in an instant. Immediately, the suppression of the broken alternate space's power was supported, and a true sun rose from his body. Chapter 3082. The power of the broken alternate space was extremely ferocious. It rushed over and tried to suppress Chunzong. He released his inner universe, and its power swept out in all directions, blocking the suppression of the alternate space. A sword pierced through the air. Tai Hao. This sword was Tai Hao. True Yang surged and rose with the power to destroy the world. In an instant, the huge blazing True Yang, which was originally dazzling to the extreme, was changing. It quickly dimmed and eventually turned black. Black True Yang. When Tai Hao's golden red True Yang turned black, all the terrifying power that was released was restrained. It was difficult to sense, but the power within was even more terrifying. This move was the result of Chunzong's comprehension of the prodigious stellar myriad sword art to the 5th level. He had also observed the 6th level of the prodigious stellar sword ancestor with his own eyes. He had absorbed part of the essence of the prodigious stellar sword art and integrated it into Tai Hao's sword, increasing the power of Tai Hao to the extreme. However, it couldn't be a black True Yang right off the bat. It still needed to change from golden red. Its invisible power wasn't enough. Even so, it was still more powerful than before. The black True Yang shot across the sky, and the thigh-thick black thunderbolts were instantly crushed. The power of the black True Yang was extremely condensed. It was extremely condensed and difficult to destroy. The spiritual god's expression changed drastically when he saw this sword. However, he couldn't avoid it. He was completely locked on by Chunzong's aura and was directly bombarded. Countless black thunderbolts instantly exploded and were crushed. The spiritual god expert was sent flying by the attack of the black true yang. His arms that were crossed to resist the attack of the black true yang were trembling. Black flames were burning on them. These flames were the flames of the black true yang that could incinerate everything. With just one sword, Chunzong directly injured a spiritual god expert. However, the spiritual god expert body was extremely strong. Even if he was hit by the black true yang, he only suffered some minor injuries. Chunzong released his inner universe to resist the suppression of the fragmented otherworldly space. Shortly after, he released his astral sword domain. The astral sword domain overlapped with the release of his inner universe, causing its might to increase dramatically. The fragmented otherworldly space's power was immediately suppressed and pressed towards the spirit god fiend. The paths of cultivation of fiend gods and cultivators were different. Fiend gods at the domain enlightened spirit god realm didn't possess a grand Dao domain, or perhaps it could be said that they'd refined a grand Dao domain into their bodies and fused it with their bodies so they wouldn't release it outside their bodies. This was also the reason why their fiend god bodies were even more formidable. With the power of the broken space resisting Chunzong's inner universe and astral sword domain, coupled with the spirit god expert's tyrannical fiend god aura, Chunzong was unable to truly suppress him for the time being. If that was the case, then he would use the power of the ocean-suppressing orb. Even though the sea-suppressing orb hadn't been completely refined, it could still display extraordinary might. As soon as it was activated, blue seawater immediately surged out from nowhere. In just an instant, it swept out in all directions and covered everything in its surroundings. It transformed into a roaring force that blasted towards the spirit god expert. Suppress. The spirit god expert was immediately suppressed. Now, even if he wanted to escape, it would be difficult for him to do so. Before the sea-suppressing orb's power was activated, he could still escape. Unfortunately, the ocean-suppressing orb's astral sword domain and the inner universe's outer universe's power multiplied by many times and suppressed everything. It should be known that Chunzong could still contend against the divine ancestor for a short period of time with such power. Although this spirit god expert was very strong, he was still far from a divine ancestor. He couldn't break free from the powerful inner universe's suppression at all. Immediately after, a 100-meter-tall giant of water rose from the seemingly endless sea in the inner universe's outer universe. The giant grabbed at the seawater below, and waves immediately surged into the sky. As the waves fell, the giant grabbed a huge water sword. Slash! The power that erupted from this sword was terrifying to the extreme. Its sword might could easily shatter mountains and shatter the heavens and the earth. Moreover, this giant of water was under Chunzong's control, and this sword was a move of the single-hearted sword technique. Sword 3. The moves of the single-hearted sword technique didn't have a fixed framework. Any moves of the basic sword techniques could be used, and even moves that were beyond the basic sword techniques could be used. The key was the essence of the sword technique. It couldn't be blocked. The spirit god expert was immediately slashed. He couldn't resist and was directly slashed into the depths of the sea. As he roared, the seawater suddenly swept up crazily and turned into a huge whirlpool that crazily strangled the spirit god expert. The lightning sacred swordsman, who had been waiting at the side, suddenly exploded. Extremely shocking thunderbolts erupted from his body. The thunderbolts turned black as if they were dyed in ink and released an extremely terrifying aura. He drew his sword. In that instant, he became one with his sword and turned into a shocking black thunderbolt that tore through the sky. He was extremely ruthless and merciless. He burned his body with all his might and attacked Chunzong. Why did the lightning sacred swordsman directly attack Chunzong with his sword? However, Chunzong seemed to have been prepared for this and wasn't surprised at all. Under the lightning sacred swordsman's strongest attack that had burned his body, the innerverse that he released immediately resisted and suppressed it. The pitch-black thunderbolt carried the determination to destroy everything, but it still couldn't break through the innerverse power. It was directly imprisoned within the innerverse, as if it had been frozen. A look of understanding flashed in Chunzong's eyes. As expected, there was something wrong with the lightning sacred swordsman. He was already a believer of a spirit god. Other than being bewitched, there was a more direct way to become a believer of a spirit god, and that was to forcefully convert them. However, forcefully converting them was more difficult. A believer who was forcefully converted had actually become a special kind of puppet. It couldn't be seen during normal times and would only reveal itself during critical moments. Chunzong didn't know which method the lightning sacred swordsman had used, but that didn't matter. What was important was that he was a believer of a spirit god. The reason he could survive previously was probably because he had become a believer. After becoming a believer, he would disguise his identity and attract more sages. He would then be killed or converted into a believer, which would indirectly strengthen the spirit god side. Unexpectedly, Chunzong's strength was so strong that it was completely unexpected. As a last resort, the spirit god could only forcefully activate the lightning sacred swordsman's power and even burn it to unleash his most powerful sword attack to save himself. Sacrificing a holy-grade puppet follower wasn't a small price to pay, but he'd already paid the price of a spatial treasure. As long as he could escape, he'd be able to continue concealing himself with his spirit god stage strength. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Chunzong. Even if he exposed his identity as a puppet believer of the lightning sacred swordsman and burned the lightning sacred swordsman's life to unleash his most powerful sword attack, he still couldn't threaten Chunzong at all. A cold glint flashed in Chunzong's eyes. No matter what the reason was, he didn't want to be a good person and insisted on becoming a spirit god's lackey. He was courting death. Kill. With a thought, a water sword condensed and directly pierced towards the lightning sacred swordsman, immediately shattering him. 3 times the divine firmament. In an instant, Chunzong unleashed his most powerful sword attack. It turned into a silver sword light that streaked across the sky, completely parting the seawater as it charged towards the spirit god. The sword was shockingly sharp and unstoppable. It directly pierced through the spirit god expert, and even his powerful spirit god body couldn't resist the sharpness of the sword. Kill. Under Chunzong's extremely powerful strength, the spirit god expert was still killed by Chunzong, and the divinity was extracted. This was also the first time Chunzong had obtained the divinity of a spirit god. The aura contained within was indeed very powerful and far surpassed the divinity of a principal god by more than 10 times. On the other side, the battle between Yunyinshin and the principal god realm, fiend god, grew more and more intense. Seeing the spirit god realm fiend god being killed, the principal god realm fiend god's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked and fearful. Unknowingly, his attacks were disrupted, causing him to be unable to fully display his formidable strength. Yunyinshin seized the opportunity and directly unleashed his power. Descent of the Holy Phoenix. The most tyrannical sword attack was instantly unleashed. It shot through the air and directly struck down from the sky. Chunzong refined and absorbed the spirit god expert's divinity while paying attention to Yunyinshin's battle. This spirit god's strength was indeed very tyrannical. Even if he was hit by the descent of the Holy Phoenix, he was only injured and didn't die. However, Yunyinshin also used up most of his strength to unleash this sword attack. He didn't have enough strength left to continue the battle. However, this battle also greatly tempered Yunyinshin. Kill. Chunzong brandished his sword. Sword light pierced through the air, directly killing the principal god expert and extracting his divinity. Chunzong didn't refine and absorb this divinity. Instead, he gave it to Yunyinshin. It was only a divinity that was equivalent to a year's worth of cultivation. It didn't have a significant effect on his cultivation unless it was a large amount. Now, he was refining the spirit god expert's divinity. His mixed origin heart force was increasing at an astonishing speed. Yunyinshin's cultivation was at the small sage realm. If he refined that spirit god expert's divinity, his cultivation would increase significantly. His strength would also increase further. He wanted to become stronger. Yunyinxin also wanted to become stronger. Chunzong immediately felt his cultivation soar after he finished refining that spirit god expert's divinity. He was still at the entry level of the Innerverse. However, he was already very close to the small success level. 15 years. A spirit god expert's divinity was equivalent to the result of 15 years' worth of cultivation. It was 15 times more valuable than a principal god expert's divinity. Chunzong could clearly feel the increase in his cultivation after 15 years' worth of cultivation. His mixed origin heart force had multiplied. Its purity had also increased by several times. This meant that his strength had increased from its original foundation. He had become even more powerful. I only need 2 more spirit god experts' divinity. Maybe my cultivation can break through to the small success level of the Innerverse. Chunzong's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. If his cultivation could break through to the small success level of the Innerverse, his overall strength would increase significantly. Maybe he would be able to contend against a powerhouse like the Skywind Ancestor if he encountered him again. As for completely contending against a Saint Ancestor, Chunzong reckoned that the small success level of the Innerverse wouldn't be enough. Maybe he would need to reach the large success level, or even the complete level of the Innerverse. Chapter 3083. Serve me, believe in me. Follow my Lord, and you will obtain the power of transcendence. In the sea region, there were islands that were as dense as stars. On some of the islands, there were gods and demons descending. Their divine aura filled the air, and many ordinary people were shrouded by the divine aura. Unconsciously, sacred voices rang in their ears. This was a way for gods and demons to develop their faith. Serve, believe in, follow the Lord, and obtain the power of transcendence or eternal life. Mastering great power and obtaining eternal life were the pursuits of countless intelligent beings. It was the easiest way to attract and bewitch their hearts, and then make them believe and worship. Once they really believed in gods and demons, they would receive feedback from the gods and demons. They would begin to master a power that did not belong to cultivators. At first, the power would be weak, but with continuous faith, it would continue to grow. Even ordinary people would be able to master great power in a short period of time. It was 10 times or even 100 times easier than relying on oneself to cultivate day and night. Many times, it was common for many people to reap without sowing. It was good to be able to get the biggest harvest with the smallest price. At least, it seemed that there was no harm in giving up some faith. Under such circumstances, whether it was in the sea region or on land, the development of the gods and demons' faith was unexpectedly smooth. The more remote a place was, the fewer powerful cultivators there were, and the easier it was for faith to develop. In the sky, 2 sword lights flashed quickly. One was Chunzong, and the other was Yunyinxin. This was the 5th year since Chunzong and Yunyinxin left the Star Sword Palace to search for gods and demons. In 5 years, including the one they found, they had killed a total of 5 gods and demons. 4 of them were righteous gods, and 1 was spiritual god. Yunyinxin's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and was much stronger than 5 years ago. Chunzong's cultivation had also improved significantly, and his strength had also become more powerful. However, at the same time that the gods and demons were found and killed, there were also cultivators who were killed by them. For example, Chunzong knew that there were already 3 little saints in the Myriad Sword ancient realm who had fallen. Such a loss was relatively small compared to the gods and demons, but one thing could not be forgotten. This was the ancient mystic world, the home of cultivators, and the gods and demons were still in the dormant period and had yet to erupt. Once they erupted, the gods and demons' power would be much stronger, and the threat to cultivators would also increase exponentially. Now, what the cultivators had to do was to find as many gods and devils as possible before the gods and devils truly erupted. They had to do their best to eliminate them and delay the eruption of the gods and devils, or even completely eliminate them so that they could not erupt. As for the location of the Gate of Gods and Demons, the formation had been rearranged, and there was a great sword saint and 3 little sword saints guarding it all year round. It would not be easy to break the formation again. It was not only the myriad sword ancient realm that was on the move, but other ancient realms, great realms, and even small realms were also on the move. At first, those weaker cultivators did not know about this, but as time passed, more and more battles broke out, and for various reasons, the news of the realm of gods and demons could no longer be hidden, and more people knew about it. Similarly, the news of the realm of gods and demons invasion had also spread, causing panic for a time. Fortunately, the panic did not last long. After 5 years, Yunyinshin's memory still had not recovered, but it did not prevent her from being close to Qinzong. After 5 years of being together, the two's relationship quickly warmed up. The only regret was that her memory had not recovered, and it was not as beautiful as it used to be. Recovering her memory was a must, but unfortunately, the Star Sword ancestor was also busy looking for the whereabouts of gods and demons, especially the whereabouts of divine master-level gods. He simply could not find the time. Otherwise, Qinzong would have asked the Star Sword ancestor to help him go to the ancient Phoenix Mountain and have the ancient Phoenix old ancestor remove the seal on Yunyinshin's memory. In the 6th year, strange situations began to appear. Gods and demons actually took the initiative to appear. In the 7th year, gods and demons frequently appeared in several small realms, but they were very cunning and hid everywhere, causing a group of saint-level experts to chase after them. And this year, Qinzong once again came to the Sealed Heaven Ancient Region. Since he had come to the Sealed Heaven Ancient Region, he had to make a trip to the Sky Illusion Sacred Ground and Heavenly Dragon Sacred Ground. Outside the Sky Illusion Sacred Ground, Peerless Sword Saint Qinzong is here to pay a visit. Qinzong stood outside the Sky Illusion Sacred Ground and spoke loudly. His voice was accompanied by shocking sword power that directly swept out and rushed into the Sky Illusion Sacred Ground and immediately entered everyone's ears. Peerless Sword Saint, why did he come to our Sky Illusion Sacred Ground? The saint-level experts of the Sky Illusion Sacred Ground were all shocked. But no matter what, since Qinzong had come, the Sky Illusion Sacred Ground naturally had no reason to refuse him. Soon, a pristine saint-level expert came out to welcome him. Peerless Sword Saint, your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. The pristine saint-level expert smiled. The news that Qinzong was a great sword saint had spread throughout the ancient profound world in these years. Perhaps some people were not aware of it, but the various sacred grounds certainly knew about it. A great sword saint was so amazing that he would be valued no matter where he went. You're too polite. I came to the Sky Illusion Sacred Ground to settle a grudge. Qinzong said very straightforwardly without the slightest bit of courtesy. Since he was here to settle a grudge, he couldn't possibly let the other party treat him well. Grudge. The pristine saint-level expert's expression suddenly changed. Peerless Sword Saint, please tell me, what grudge does the Sky Illusion Sacred Ground have with a great sword saint? There's a disciple in the Sky Illusion Sacred Ground called Hu Ji. Back then, before I entered the saint level, she plotted with the disciples of the Heavenly Dragon's Sacred Ground to harm me. When I came here to settle the grudge, I was chased by the Heavenly Dragon's Sacred Ground saint-level expert. Qinzong said unhurriedly, if I can't settle this grudge, I won't be happy. The pristine saint-level expert's expression changed again. Back then? When was it back then? When a great sword saint hadn't entered the saint level yet. It should have been a few thousand years ago, right? No. The pristine saint-level expert suddenly recalled the various deeds and rumors of the Peerless Sword Saint. It was rumored that he was already a few hundred years old when he first appeared, but he was only at the heaven stage. Subsequently, he continued to challenge, and his strength continued to increase. In the end, he possessed the strength of a pristine saint. After disappearing for a period of time, he returned with the strength of a great saint. From the time he appeared until he possessed the strength of a great saint, it was only 100 or 200 years. Moreover, The other party was a great sword saint. He wouldn't deceive the pristine saint-level expert, right? The pristine saint-level expert's thoughts turned at an astonishing speed. Immediately, the pristine saint-level expert felt that it was very troublesome. A great sword saint had come to settle a grudge. If things went wrong, the sky illusion sacred ground would be in turmoil. It was rumored that the peerless sword saint Qinzong had fought a divine ancestor head-on. Although he was defeated in the end, it also showed that the peerless sword saint's strength was extremely terrifying. He was probably very strong in the great saint level. Sword saint, please wait a moment. This matter is of great importance. Allow me to report to the sacred lord first. The pristine saint-level expert couldn't make up his mind. After all, he wasn't the master of the sky illusion sacred ground, even though he was a saint-level expert. Qinzong nodded. He didn't deliberately come to find trouble. It just so happened that there was a grudge here, and he happened to come to the sealed heaven ancient region to look for the traces of the divine demon. Although Qinzong remembered it, he didn't deliberately come here, because looking for the divine demon was more important. However, since he came here by chance, he would take this opportunity to settle it. Even if he was now an expert with the strength of a great sword saint, it was impossible for him to ignore the grudge of the past. It should be known that he almost died in the past. Although it was a blessing in disguise in the end, and he walked his own path, it was also because of his own factors. Who would be willing to be set up and framed by others? No matter how great the opportunity was, he would still be very unhappy in his heart. Soon, a figure appeared like the reflection of the moon in the water. It was a graceful and beautiful woman with a smile on her face. She bowed slightly to Qinzong. "I'm the sky, illusion, sacred lord. Your Excellency, peerless sword saint, your presence brings light to the sky, illusion, sacred ground." The voice of the sky, illusion, sacred lord was very beautiful and had an indescribable charm. People couldn't help but be attracted by her voice and words. Listening to her voice and words, they couldn't help but have a good impression of her. Her every move and every word was guided by her illusion. Unfortunately, Qinzong's sword intent was tyrannical, and his divine intent was extremely tough. He was not affected at all. "You're too polite, sacred lord. Please call Hu Ji out," Qinzong said unhurriedly. His tone was also somewhat oppressive. "Let me settle this grudge. Your Excellency, peerless sword saint, Hu Ji is just an ordinary cultivator. She's not even a quasi-saint, but you are a great sword saint who has dominated the 100 territories. The difference between the two of you is like the difference between a mayfly and a true dragon." The sky illusion sacred lord had a pleasant smile on his face. As soon as he opened his mouth, he flattered Qinzong without any trace or embarrassment. He raised the status of Qinzong to a high position, as if he was a god who ruled over everything. He belittled Hu Ji to the extreme, as if she was a bedbug burrowing in the mud. In short, the meaning of the sky illusion sacred lord was very clear. He wanted Qinzong to put down this so-called grudge. No matter what happened in the past, it was all in the past. Now, Qinzong was a great sword saint who could dominate the 100 territories of the ancient sealed world. Hu Ji was just an ordinary disciple of the sky illusion sacred ground. A great sword saint looking for trouble with an ordinary cultivator. If word got out, it would be a disgrace. Anyway, the meaning of the sky illusion sacred lord was very simple. He wanted Qinzong to put down this grudge and let Hu Ji go. "I'm a sword cultivator," Qinzong said unhurriedly. His tone was not cold nor indifferent, but it naturally emitted a trace of coldness. That coldness was the coldness of the sword itself. As soon as it appeared, it spread out and immediately dyed the surroundings. Even the air became cold, with a trace of sharpness. The expression of the sky, illusion, sacred, lord, changed greatly. Sword cultivator. What do the words sword cultivator mean? Gratitude must be repaid with gratitude. Resentment must be repaid with resentment. It was better to take things directly than to ask for them in a roundabout way. Let's not settle this grudge. I'm not happy, Qinzong said again. It was so simple, so direct. Then, what should the sky illusion Sacred Lord do? Should he hand over Hu Ji or fight Qinzong to protect Hu Ji? Chapter 3084. With the invasion of gods and demons, hiding here and facing a great enemy, should he still care about personal grudges? Why not? Did he have to let go of personal grudges because of external factors? For a sword cultivator, there was no such logic. Although he had to pay attention to external enemies, he had to settle personal grudges as well. The temperament of a sword cultivator was very important. If he didn't settle personal grudges, his chi would be stagnant. How could he cultivate further? Therefore, no matter what the Sky Illusion Saint Lord said, Qinzong was unmoved. Even if the Sky Illusion Saint Lord offered compensation, Qinzong wouldn't accept it. In fact, if the Sky Illusion Saint Lord offered compensation, Qinzong wouldn't mind. However, the problem was that Hu Ji had used Yun Yinxin's information to deceive him. He had been looking for Yun Yinxin, which was very important. He went there without hesitation, but fell into the trap. At that time, he was in danger and even provoked a quasi-saint and almost died. He had no choice but to release the sword-sharpening Mountain Lord. Although he killed the quasi-saint, he was almost completely possessed by the sword-sharpening Mountain Lord and lost himself. Every step was extremely dangerous. He was walking on the line of death. In the end, he made a prompt decision to take the risk and disperse the power of the Fiend God Sword Codex, which was equivalent to destroying his cultivation and foundation. Firstly, he wanted to avoid being possessed by the sword-sharpening Mountain Lord. Secondly, he had comprehended something and grasped a little inspiration. But in fact, that little bit of inspiration was not enough. It was just an idea, and it was not perfect enough. Qinzong had always liked to plan before taking action and make perfect preparations before taking action. But in that kind of situation, his preparations were not perfect at all, and because of the situation, he had no choice but to take a shortcut and take a path with a slim chance of survival. Fortunately, he had great luck. In the end, with the help of the heavenly sword of will and the fire of spirit, he finally succeeded in condensing the world in his body and walking on his own cultivation path. However, this was caused by Hu Ji's false information. Was this a small grudge? No, it was a big grudge. In the end, Sky Illusion Saint Lord compromised. She didn't want to be enemies with a powerful great sword saint, especially one who was also an honorary elder of Star Sword Palace. If she let Sky Illusion Forefather fight, he might be able to defeat or even kill Peerless Sword Saint. But so what? If Peerless Sword Saint was defeated, he would temporarily retreat, but he would not let it go. Instead, it would cause the conflict to worsen. However, if Peerless Sword Saint was killed, Starry Sword Palace would definitely not let it go. The two Holy Lands would go to war because of this. It should be known that even though Peerless Sword Saint was the honorary elder of Star's Sword Palace, he was still a great sword saint. He had a high status and was extremely powerful. After weighing the pros and cons, the Heavenly Illusion Saint Lord finally chose to compromise and called Hu Ji over. Hu Ji also knew that she wouldn't be able to live. She hung herself, and this grudge was resolved. Qinzong certainly wouldn't stay here any longer, and the Sky Illusion Holy Land certainly wouldn't welcome Qinzong to stay here any longer. Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. Qinzong arrived outside the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. The grudge was related to the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. It was caused by Yu Feilong, a disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. After that, the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land sent out a quasi-saint and a pristine saint. At that time, Qinzong was almost killed. At the critical moment, the true Void Great Saint intervened and took away Qinzong. Only then did he save his life. Now, Qinzong was here. Tyrannical sword power swept across the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. In an instant, a series of resounding dragon roars reverberated in the sky. That was the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land's formation being activated. Under Qinzong's supreme sword will, it was activated and released a shocking power. Following the vigorous dragon roars, wisps of aura spread out and circled above the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land like a group of dragons, firmly protecting the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. Who is it? Which great sword saint has arrived? The great saint realm experts of the heavenly dragon, Holy Land, sensed the supreme sword will. They could tell that it was a great sword saint's sword will. A great sword saint had arrived at the heavenly dragon, Holy Land, and directly released his supreme sword will. What was this action? Was it a provocation? Was there a need for a great sword saint to do this? While puzzled, the heavenly dragon, Holy Lord, immediately asked, "I'm peerless sword saint Shenzong. I'm here to settle the grudge of the past." Shenzong's voice resounded, accompanied by waves of sword power. It was as if the sword hummed endlessly, spreading into the heavenly dragon, Holy Land. It was vast and mighty, and long swords were humming endlessly. In an instant, the heavenly dragon, Holy Land, fell silent. Settle the grudge of the past? A holy land that had existed for a long time must have attracted a lot of attention. There was nothing strange about this. Therefore, he only said that he wanted to settle the grudges of the past. Who knew what kind of grudges it was? However, with the title and name of Peerless Sword Saint Shenzong, the people of the heavenly dragon, Holy Land, remembered. Back then, the matter of Yufeilong setting up a great formation to ambush and kill unparalleled Sword Emperor Shenzong in Butterfly Valley wasn't a small matter. This was because at that time, no less than many Heaven Realm Extreme Realm experts had their cultivations crippled, and then a quasi-sage had died. This was a big matter. After that, Wushuang Jindi disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was outside the Heavenly Illusion Holy Land. After receiving a message from the Heavenly Illusion Holy Land's disciples, the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land sent out a pristine Saint Realm expert to pursue him. In the end, Wushuang Jindi escaped. When they heard the news again, Wushuang Jindi had become a peerless sword saint. Now, they were here to seek revenge. What should they do? Let's go. Heavenly Dragon Holy Lord's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess. He brought the other eminent Saint Realm expert and several pristine Saint Realm experts of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land with him. They appeared above the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land and faced Shenzong head-on. Peerless Sword Saint, my Heavenly Dragon Holy Land suffered a great loss in the past, but you're fine. Heavenly Dragon Holy Lord's expression was cold. My Heavenly Dragon Holy Land has already let go of this matter. Why are you still holding on to it? Heavenly Dragon Holy Lord's words were very clever. With just a few words, he pushed the blame to Shenzong. He even said that the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land was very magnanimous and magnanimous. Even after such a great loss, they still let go of this matter. Shenzong should be grateful. How could he still hold on to this matter? As a great sword saint, wouldn't it be too petty to hold a grudge over this matter? Wouldn't it be a joke? Shenzong smiled. Although these words sounded nice, they could only deceive those who were inexperienced or magnanimous. Was he a magnanimous person? No. It could be said that any sword cultivator was not a magnanimous person. Instead, they were people who killed decisively. Regardless of whether they were good or evil, they were all people who killed decisively. The sword was a killing weapon, not an ornament. If one did not understand this point, he would not be a true sword cultivator. He would only be a sword cultivator. Heavenly Dragon, Holy Lord, wanted to shake Shenzong's resolve with just a few words. That was just wishful thinking. Today I'm here. Your Heavenly Dragon Holy Land has two choices. One is to hand over the Saint Realm expert who chased after me in the past. Let's start a war, Shenzong said straightforwardly, because Shenzong immediately felt that the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land's attitude was different from the Heavenly Illusion Holy Land. There was no sign of compromise. Since that was the case, a war was inevitable. The faces of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land's Saint Realm experts sank. A terrifying aura spread out, especially the minor Saint Realm expert who was pointed out by Shenzong. His expression changed drastically, because he was the one who chased after Shenzong in the past. In the end, Shenzong escaped. No, it should be said that there was an accident that led to Shenzong being rescued. The person who rescued him should be a great Sage Realm expert. Now, trouble was coming. Great Sword Saint. However, in less than 200 years, this peerless Sword Saint had suddenly become a great Sword Saint. His strength was astonishing. This was definitely not a good thing for the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. On the contrary, it would bring great pressure and trouble. However, the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land would not compromise because of this. If he wanted to fight, then he would fight. Since that's the case, then let me experience the skills of the peerless Sword Saint. Heavenly Dragon Holy Lord immediately said in a deep voice. His voice contained a terrifying aura, like the roar of a heavenly dragon. It carried a terrifying aura that suppressed everything. The surrounding void suddenly became oppressive. The Holy Lord of a holy land, a great saint realm expert, was also extraordinary. Shenzong would not underestimate him. The heavenly dragon Holy Lord's roar resounded in the sky. He suddenly stretched out his claw. In an instant, his entire back stretched out, as if he had turned into a heavenly dragon, stirring up the clouds. The wind whistled endlessly. The claw immediately appeared, covering the sky as it struck down towards Shenzong. The space within a radius of a few miles was directly confined. Everything seemed to be frozen. Yun Yinshin's expression changed. He felt that he could not move under the claw. However, Yun Yinshin did not lose his head out of fear. He did not feel the slightest bit of uneasiness because of the person standing in front of him. With a flash of sword light, the heavenly will sword was instantly unsheathed. It directly slashed out an extremely condensed sword light that pierced through the void, brazenly thrusting towards the descending dragon claw. The battle had begun. The heavenly dragon Holy Lord's goal was to repel Shenzong and make Shenzong give up on seeking revenge. Therefore, he attacked with full strength, without any intention of holding back. He also knew that it was not so easy for him to kill a great saint realm expert, let alone a sword cultivator who was famous for his combat strength. However, if he used his full strength, he could defeat, suppress, and repel his opponent, making him give up on this grudge. However, Shenzong's sword erupted with extremely terrifying sword power. It immediately pierced through the descending dragon claw and mercilessly struck towards the heavenly dragon Holy Lord. This scene caused the heavenly dragon Holy Lord's expression to change greatly. How could it be? How could this peerless sword saint be so strong? Without much time to think, the heavenly dragon Holy Lord roared and immediately released his great Wei domain. His entire body seemed to have turned into a huge true dragon that soared across the sky. The dragon might that blotted out the sky and covered the earth poured down like a torrent, directly sealing and suppressing the space, as if it had turned into a piece of metal, unceasingly pressing down on the opponent. The heavenly dragon Holy Lord had the bloodline of the dragon, and his inheritance was closely related to it. The great Wei domain that he cultivated was also mixed with the dragon might. It was extremely terrifying, powerful, and astonishing. Chapter 3085. The Draconic Force domain was released, covering all directions. Immediately after, Heavenly Dragon's Sacred Lord activated his bloodline power. His body began to change, stretching continuously until he turned into a heavenly dragon. This was Heavenly Dragon, Sacred Lord's strength, and also their inheritance. Dragon Transformation. Below the saint level, Dragon Transformation would only turn one into a half-dragon man. However, once one reached the saint level, under the combination of secret techniques and bloodline power, one could turn into a real dragon with greater strength. The 1,000-meter-long heavenly dragon soaring through the sky became Shao Chen's home ground under the dragon Might Dao domain, suppressing everything and putting great pressure on Shenzong. Release the inner universe. Without any hesitation, Shenzong released his inner universe. Immediately after, the 5th level of the prodigious astral myriad sword art, the astral sword realm, was also released, causing the tens of thousands of twinkling stars in the outer universe to become even more dazzling, and the Taihao true sun inside became even more resplendent. When the astral sword domain merged with the innerverse projection, it was equivalent to 2 great Dao domains stacking together. The Heavenly Dragon Holy Lands Dao domain instantly crumbled, and the Heavenly Dragon Holy Lands Dao domain pressed down. The Heavenly Dragon Holy Lands' 1,000-meter-tall body felt like it was trapped in a swamp. Moving became extremely difficult. How could this be? How could this be? Chunzong swung his sword again, and the sword light pierced through the air. Sword 9 of the single-hearted sword art. This sword was very powerful, very tyrannical. Chunzong's goal was not to kill Heavenly Dragon, Sacred Lord. Generally speaking, Heavenly Dragon, Sacred Lord had no enmity with him. Therefore, he only needed to defeat him. Sacred Lord, be careful. The other great saint's expression changed, and he immediately reminded Heavenly Dragon, Sacred Lord. Heavenly Dragon, Sacred Lord's strength completely erupted, and his dragon claws slashed through the air. At the same time, he spat out a blazing dragon's breath, as if it could burn everything, and directly covered Chunzong. Sword light flashed, and the blazing dragon's breath was immediately cut open. The sword light swept through the air like a hot knife through butter. With a sword in hand, Heavenly Dragon, Sacred Lord was at a disadvantage. The other great sage realm also roared violently. He directly transformed into a roaring dragon that was thousands of meters long. Immediately, the dragon's tail swept across. The power of that blow was extremely tyrannical, enough to shatter a mountain. It blasted mercilessly toward Chunzong. If he was hit, Chunzong probably wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. However, Chunzong wouldn't be hit just like that. He dodged in a flash, and the sword light burst out like a rushing river. 1 against 2. As the battle continued, the other pristine Saint Realm experts from the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land were shocked. The strength of this peerless sword saint was so terrifying. He was able to fight 1 against 2. He was able to resist the joint attack of Heavenly Dragon, Saint Lord, and Great Elder. The expression of the pristine Saint Stage expert who attacked Chunzong in the past changed drastically. He was horrified, terrifying. This level of strength was too terrifying. The fierce battle continued. Chunzong, with a sword in hand, was not at a disadvantage at all. Firstly, he was here to seek revenge. Secondly, he wanted to test the strength of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land and see what they were capable of. Yes, that was purely a habit of Chunzong's. The habit of constantly going around to challenge experts had long since taken root in the depths of his soul. Suddenly, Mad Dragon Saint moved. He was the pristine Saint Stage expert who chased after Chunzong in the past. In an instant, he burst out with extreme speed and directly charged toward Yunyunshin. His purpose was simple. He wanted to take Yunyunshin down and use it to threaten Chunzong. He wanted to force Chunzong to swear that he would never pursue the past grudge. Only then would he be safe. Otherwise, it would definitely not be a good thing to be targeted by a great sword saint. As soon as he moved, Chunzong's expression darkened. However, he did not make a move and allowed his opponent to fly away. This was because Yunyunshin's strength was not weak. In the pristine saint stage, she was considered one of the stronger ones. Yunyunshin quickly reacted. She immediately drew her sword and performed the Holy Phoenix sword principle. She would not show any mercy to those who dared to attack her. She would kill those who deserved to die. Mad Dragon Saint's expression changed drastically. The power of the sword was so terrifying that it made him feel threatened. Everyone, quickly join forces with me to take down this woman. Mad Dragon Saint immediately shouted, "This is the only way to resolve this crisis." The other 2 pristine Saint Stage experts immediately reacted. They also burst out with tyrannical strength and charged toward Chunzong from different directions. 3 pristine Saint Stage experts joined forces and charged toward Yunyunshin. Although Yunyunshin's strength was not bad, it was still not enough for her to fight against 3 pristine Saint Stage experts. However, Chunzong still had no intention of helping her. This was also a good opportunity for Yunyunshin to face greater pressure and further hone her strength. She would be able to tap into her potential and master more strength. Fight! One was fighting against 2 pristine Saint Stage experts, while the other was fighting against 3 pristine Saint Stage experts. Chunzong was not at a disadvantage, even though he was fighting against 2 pristine Saint Stage experts. On the other hand, Yunyin was at a disadvantage even though she was fighting against 3 pristine Saint Stage experts. However, it would not be easy for the 3 pristine Saint Stage experts to take down Yunyin. Such a battle caused the heavenly dragon Saint Lord's heart to tremble. How could she be so powerful? This time, the heavenly dragon Saint Ground was really in trouble. They had kicked an iron plate. In a split second, Chun Zong erupted again. This time, he directly activated the power of the sea-suppressing pearl. Blue water surged and appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, it swept across the surroundings and covered everything. Suppress. When the power of the sea-suppressing pearl and the power of the inner-verse overlapped, it directly suppressed the heavenly dragon Saint Lord and the Great Elder. The 2 heavenly dragons that were thousands of meters long were trapped in the sea. Dragons could fly in the 9 heavens and swim in the sea. However, at this moment, the 2 heavenly dragons were greatly restricted in the sea region formed by the sea-suppressing pearl. They were heavily suppressed. Even if they continuously unleashed their full strength, they could not break free from the suppression of the sea-suppressing pearl. One should know that this was the combined power of the sea-suppressing pearl, the power of the innerverse, and the stellar sword field. It was extremely powerful. Even if it was the power of a divine ancestor, Chun Zong could withstand it for a while. An ordinary great saint stage expert would naturally not be able to withstand it. Swinging the sword, 2 rays of sword light pierced through the sky and directly bombarded the 2 heavenly dragons. The sword chi raged and caused the 2 heavenly dragons to roar. The feeling of the sword chi raging in their bodies was extremely uncomfortable. Chunzong did not intend to kill them. Once he killed them, he was afraid that it would attract more trouble, such as the great ancestor of the heavenly dragon Saint Lord. He was still not a match for a divine ancestor. Die! With a low roar, Chunzong's figure flashed. In an instant, he became one with his sword and charged towards the wild dragon saint. The speed of the sword was extremely fast. It streaked across the sky and instantly merged with the silver aurora that was cruising in the innerverse. Divine Firmament. This sword was a sure kill sword. The wild dragon saint's body was cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Not only was it cold, but it was also bone-chilling. Even his blood and chi seemed to be frozen. He could not move at all. He could not dodge it. No matter how hard he tried, he could not dodge Chunzong's sword. This was a sure kill sword. How could a mere pristine saint resist or evade the killing sword of a great sword saint? In just an instant, the wild dragon saint was hit by the sword. His body was immediately penetrated by Divine Firmament's sword. The terrifying sword chi continued to wreak havoc, directly destroying his body. Although a pristine saint realm had a chance to escape when facing a great saint realm, that was under the condition that they had to escape from the beginning and not under the suppression of the opponent's great Dao domain. Moreover, the power of Chunzong's innerverse combined with the stellar sword domain and the sea-suppressing pearl was several times stronger than the great Dao domain alone. Even a great saint realm would be heavily suppressed, let alone a mere pristine saint realm. Moreover, even without such suppression, with Chunzong's strength and the sure kill sword, the wild dragon saint would not be able to dodge in time unless he was far away. Being stabbed was inevitable. Once he was stabbed, the sword chi would erupt and the sword would wreak havoc. There was no doubt that he would die, killing the wild dragon saint with a single sword. The enmity between the heavenly dragon Holy Land and I will end here. Chunzong sheathed his sword and said in a clear voice. Then, an indescribable sharpness flashed in his eyes. If you want to pursue this person's death and seek revenge, I'll accept it. After saying that, Chunzong turned around and left with Yunyin. As for the heavenly dragon Holy Land's Holy Lord and the others, they could only watch as Chunzong turned around and left. They were incomparably furious. The anger in their hearts had reached its peak and was about to erupt completely. However, they had no choice but to suppress it because this person's strength was too strong. From the battle, just now, they knew that this person's strength was extremely tyrannical in the great saint realm. Such an expert was very close to the divine ancestor realm and there were only a few in the entire ancient profound world. It was very unwise to make an enemy of such an expert. Even if Chunzong had killed the wild dragon saint and caused the heavenly dragon Holy Land to suffer another heavy loss, there was nothing they could do despite their anger. So what if they cannot defeat him, unless they called out the heavenly dragon old ancestor? However, would the heavenly dragon old ancestor be able to kill this person? They could not be sure. If a great saint realm expert was facing a divine ancestor realm expert, there was a possibility that they could escape. However, if such a powerful great saint realm expert was determined to escape, the heavenly dragon old ancestor might not be able to kill him. What would the result be if they cannot kill him? Enmity. If they were to further enmity, it would be a great disaster for the heavenly dragon Holy Land in the future. Moreover, this person was an honorary elder of the Star Sword Palace. Although an honorary elder was a symbol of status, an honorary elder of the Great Sword Saint realm was not ordinary. Previously, they had heard that this person had fought with a divine ancestor from the Sea Domain. He had resisted for a while, and the Star Sword ancestor had personally come to rescue him. Now, the heavenly dragon Holy Lord regretted it. He regretted it so much that his heart was bleeding. If he had compromised at that time, things would not have turned out this way. However, there were no ifs. Now, he and the great elder had been injured, and the wild dragon saint had been killed. The losses were heavy, and the other party was unharmed. However, they could only swallow this anger. If they wanted to pursue the matter, it would expand the enmity between them and the heavenly dragon Holy Land. Damn it! This feeling of helplessness made the experts of the heavenly dragon Holy Land so upset that they almost vomited blood. Compared to them, Chunzongza was different. He felt refreshed and happy. Unknowingly, the immemorial heart force that was rotating like a nebula in the innerverse suddenly began to rotate at an astonishing speed, rapidly increasing in power. Chapter 3086. When Chunzong had broken through from his inner world to the innerverse, the nebula vortex formed by his immemorial heart force had a radius of 10 miles. As he cultivated, refined, and absorbed the God Fiend's divinity, his cultivation continued to increase, causing the nebula vortex formed by his immemorial heart force to continuously expand. Before arriving at the heavenly dragon's sacred land, Chunzong's nebula vortex had also expanded to 15 miles in radius, and the immemorial heart force contained within had doubled. It seemed that it had only increased by 5 miles. So why had it doubled? It was because the more it expanded, the larger its orbit. However, at that moment, the rapidly rotating nebula vortex expanded once again. Soon, it expanded from 15 miles to 16 miles. Furthermore, it did not stop. It expanded to 17 miles, and finally stopped at 18 miles. The increase in radius of 3 miles caused Chunzong's immemorial heart force to almost double. As it rotated, it became even more refined, causing Chunzong's strength to become even more tyrannical. Good. A smile appeared on Chunzong's face. He had never expected that after settling his grudges, it would bring him such an obvious improvement. But after thinking about it, it made sense. His immemorial heart force originated from his mind and mind. When his mind was smooth, his mind would be clear, and his essence, chi, and spirit would be unobstructed. This indirectly led to the strengthening of his immemorial heart force. However, the sudden increase in radius of 3 miles still surprised Chunzong. This was even more obvious than refining a god fiend's divinity. 2 miles! Chunzong muttered to himself. He was still 2 miles away from reaching the pinnacle of the innerverse beginner's realm. If he broke through 2 miles, he would be able to raise his cultivation to the innerverse realm of small success. At that time, his strength would be even more powerful. However, it wasn't that easy to break through these 2 miles. At the very least, he would need a god fiend's divinity, but it wasn't that easy to kill a god fiend. Search! He continued to search for the god fiend's whereabouts. 10 years. 10 years. It had been exactly 10 years since the spirit array was destroyed and the gods and demons infiltrated the ancient profound world. Outside the gate of gods and devils, There were layers upon layers of spirit arrays that sealed the place. A great sword saint and 3 sword saints were guarding the place. With such powerful strength, they could ensure that when the gods and devils invaded, they could react immediately. They would not be like the last time, where the gods and devils would seize the opportunity to corrode their souls and turn them into puppets and be manipulated. Then, they would take the opportunity to attack the spirit arrays. With cooperation from the inside and outside, they finally broke a gap in the spirit arrays, allowing the gods and devils to sneak into the ancient profound world to cultivate their faith and accumulate strength. The sword intent of a great sword saint was extremely tyrannical. The remnant souls of fiend gods were unable to shake it in the slightest, let alone affect it. Moreover, after the previous incident, this place had been cleaned up 3 times. Any remnant god's soul had been completely destroyed. There was no longer any hidden danger. While the great sword saint and 3 sword saints were guarding, they were naturally cultivating. Cultivation was not something that could be stopped. It had to be done constantly to ensure that they could constantly improve. Even if they reached a bottleneck, they still had to cultivate diligently. Only then would they have the hope of seizing the opportunity to finally break through. In the distance, a black line appeared and kept spreading over. It was like a dark horizon. It was moving very quickly. Gradually, an astonishing momentum came over. It was like a mighty army of thousands of horses and horses galloping. The earth trembled with it. What's that? The great sword saint of light, furrowed his brows slightly. His eyes focused, and threads of light suddenly burst out. Cold light flashed. A terrifying aura also rushed out from the black line. It was getting more and more shocking. Sword Saint Light Slayer and the other 3 sword saints stared at it. There seemed to be traces of terrifying aura in the air. That's the aura of a god and devil. Immediately, the 4 sword saints' expressions became extremely solemn. Could it be that there were so many gods and devils attacking? As they got closer, they finally saw that it wasn't a god and devil that was rushing over. It was a beast, a group of demonic beasts. No, they couldn't be called demonic beasts because the aura they emitted wasn't that of a demonic beast, but of a god and devil. They had clearly turned into demonic beasts. The demonic beasts turned into demonic beasts, and they became even more ferocious and ruthless. Their scarlet eyes lit up one after another, emitting a terrifying cold light. That cold light penetrated the air for dozens of meters, as if it could pierce through everything. The terrifying evil chi was like a storm blowing over, like a violent wave crashing over. It was extremely terrifying. The whistling sound repelled the sky, and the ground shook. The black tide became even clearer. Demonic beasts, they were all demonic beasts. There were countless demonic beasts. Further away, they could see 10-meter-tall black doors. There were more than a dozen of them. Black beasts were constantly rushing out from each of the 10-meter-tall black doors. These demonic beasts were basically 5 or 6 meters long and 3 or 4 meters tall. Their auras were extremely shocking. Some of the more powerful ones were even 8 or 9 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. Their auras were extremely shocking. All of them had reached the extreme realm of the heaven stage. It was terrifying. If there were only a few extreme realm of the heaven stage, there were nothing in front of the saint stage. They could be easily killed and wiped out with a sword. However, if there were a large number of extreme realm of the heaven stage, not to mention whether they could kill them all, just the charging momentum of thousands of soldiers and horses was extremely terrifying and powerful. It was as if they could sweep across the world and flatten everything. However, the 4 sword saints weren't the slightest bit afraid. Even if there were a sea of demonic beasts attacking, as long as they weren't at the saint stage, it would be difficult to threaten their lives. With their powerful strength, they could kill many demonic beasts and advance and retreat freely. Of course, they were guarding the array of the divine and devil gate. They couldn't leave at will. Then they would guard it. Although there were many demonic beasts and their auras were extremely terrifying, they were all at the extreme realm of the heaven stage. They were extremely tyrannical and boundless. Wherever they passed, it seemed to extinguish all life. However, it still couldn't make the four sword saints retreat, especially when there was a great sword saint among them. Guard the array and never retreat. At the same time, the light sword saint also used a special method to send a message back to the Valley of No Return. He was the great sword saint of the Valley of No Return. Moreover, he also sent the message to Taishian. After all, the sudden attack of a large number of demonic beasts was definitely not an accident. It was a premeditated action. The divine and devil must be behind it. In other words, when the demonic beast tide attacked, the divine and devil must have also come, and there might even be more than one. More than one divine and devil expert came to attack. They hid behind the demonic beast tide, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Their purpose was very simple. That was to break the array and reopen the divine and devil gate, so that the divine and devil world could really invade. In other words, after 10 years, the divine and devil world had lurked for enough time. The time had come. Of course, this was also because the experts of the ancient mysterious world kept searching and killing the divine and devil world, which led to a sharp decrease in the number of lurking divine and devil world. This affected the divine and devil world's plan. If they didn't erupt, the ancient mysterious world would really succeed. This caused the timing of the eruption to be constantly delayed. In the end, it might be left unsettled. Also, the development of the Five Spirits divine sect in the sea area was greatly hindered. The divine ancestors of the land region went to the sea area and explained the dangers of the divine and devil world. Several divine ancestors appeared and explained, so they couldn't help but pay attention to it. They deliberately flipped through some ancient books and saw some records about the divine and devil world. It was indeed very dangerous, and so on. At this point, the sea area began to pay attention to it and began to hunt down the Five Spirits divine sect. Unfortunately, the Sea Clan didn't pay any attention to it, as if it had nothing to do with them. The Sea Clan was naturally tyrannical. In a one-on-one fight, they were not inferior to the divine and devil world. With such a strong foundation, they naturally didn't pay much attention to the divine and devil world. Moreover, the sea area was extremely vast. There were areas in the deep sea that the Sea Clan didn't dare to enter. In this way, the Sea Clan was even less interested in the divine and devil world. In fact, if it weren't for the Sea Clan's natural love of water, which made it more suitable to stay in the land region, they would have already attacked the land region and turned the entire ancient mysterious world into the Sea Clan's world. Since the Sea Clan was unwilling to pay attention, the human clan had no choice but to rely on their own strength. Under the oppression of the human clan, the divine and devil world had no choice but to erupt. Although they weren't fully prepared, it was still better than being suppressed. In the past 10 years, the divine and devil world had not only developed faith, but also secretly transformed monster beasts into magical beasts. The human clan only looked for divine and devil world based on faith. As for the transformation of monster beasts into magical beasts, they didn't care. After all, they didn't know enough about the divine and devil world. The transformation of monster beasts into magical beasts wasn't actually a real magical beast, but a puppet magical beast. Puppet magical beasts were naturally not as terrifying as real magical beasts, but they had one characteristic, which was that they weren't afraid of death. Kill. Charge. They charged forward without fear of death. An extremely violent, evil aura spread between heaven and earth, shaking and sweeping through the 9 heavens. Close. Here it comes. With the momentum of the charge, the terrifying evil aura rolled like the sea and the Milky Way. At the same time, a great sword saint and 3 sword saints also drew their swords and slashed out. The sword light stretched dozens of meters to 100 meters, directly stretching across heaven and earth. They didn't use any powerful killing moves, just swordsmanship was enough. A heaven stage was like an ant in front of sage stage. Just the power of ordinary swordsmanship was enough to easily kill them. 4 sword lights flew across the vast sky and earth. In an instant, the puppet magical beasts in front of them were killed one after another, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. Wherever the sword light passed, it was invincible. None of the puppet magical beasts could resist it at all. They were as fragile as tofu and were easily torn apart. However, even though a large number of puppet magical beasts were killed in an instant, the magical beasts behind didn't stop at all. They continued to charge forward as if they wanted to pave a path of flesh and bones. They were like moths flying into a flame, so decisive. This scene made the four-sword saints' expressions turn awe-inspiring. Even though the difference in power was huge, that terrifying willpower had nothing to do with power. At this time, the reinforcements hadn't arrived yet, and they still needed to rely on them to resist the magical beast tide. They continued to attack and kill. Gradually, the puppet magical beasts that appeared became more and more tyrannical. There were even quasi-saint magical beasts. Of course, for a sage stage, the difference between a quasi-saint and a heaven stage extreme stage wasn't very obvious. Chapter 3087. The roar was earth-shattering. Endless baleful aura surged endlessly like a raging tide. It transformed into layers and layers of waves that attacked continuously, crushing everything in its way. Slash! 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 The four sword saints waved their swords repeatedly, slashing out rays of sword light that shocked the heavens and the earth. Blood rained down and dyed the earth red. The terrifying baleful aura became denser and more shocking. Wisps of black and red permeated the air. Even the wind couldn't disperse them, swaying like seaweed in the water. The quasi-saint level demonic beast puppet was still easily killed. Immediately, a terrifying roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The saint-level demonic beast puppet appeared. Although it was only at the pristine saint stage, it still caused the four-sword saints' expressions to change drastically. The saint-level demonic beast puppet was no longer something that they could easily kill. It was the same even for a great sword saint like the light, slaughtering sword saint. Moreover, there was more than one pristine saint-level demonic beast puppet. There were as many as 5 of them. 3 pristine saint-level demonic beast puppet charged at the 3 sword saints, while 2 pristine saint-level demonic beast puppet charged at the light, slaughtering sword saint. The rest of the demonic beast puppet charged at the light, slaughtering sword saint in a frenzy. The formation was operating. As the radiance flickered, it was dazzling and dazzling. The brilliance shot up into the sky. It was so gorgeous. As the radiance flickered and the formation was operating, all the demonic beast puppet that charged at them were blocked. Then, they collapsed one after another under the power of the formation. Their flesh and blood scattered in all directions. Wisps of baleful aura also spread out continuously. In just a short span of 10 breaths, tens of thousands of demonic beast puppet had died. The 4 sword saints were fighting fiercely with the 5 pristine saint-level demonic beast puppet. The light slaughtering sword saint was a great sword saint. His strength was very strong. However, in the face of 2 pristine saint-level demonic beast puppet that were not afraid of death, he couldn't really kill them in a short period of time. As for the other 3 sword saints, they could only fight to a stalemate. As for the reinforcements, they had yet to arrive. It was too hasty. A sudden change occurred. As more and more demonic beast puppet died, the endless baleful aura seemed to be gathered under the guidance of a mysterious force. Gradually, 100-meter-tall illusory figure quietly appeared. As soon as the illusory figure appeared, the endless baleful aura in the surroundings seemed to have found its target. Like birds returning to their nest, the baleful aura surged towards the illusory figure in an extremely violent manner. Solidification. The 100-meter-tall figure quickly condensed into the shape of a giant demon god. The demon god's body was incomparably strong. It was as vigorous as a mountain and exuded an incomparably domineering aura. It was extremely ferocious. Boom! The mountain-like, pitch-black fiend god raised his thick right arm like a bow drawn to its limit. His huge fist emitted a shocking black aura, as if it was burning with flames. A punch, such a violent punch, immediately blasted towards the formation that was flashing with multicolored light, as if it was going to break it with a single punch. With a loud bang, the earth trembled and the sky rumbled. The formation trembled as the 100-meter-tall God-Fiend punched it. With a huge fist as the center, the power of the formation caved in. Layers of ripples spread out and battered the entire formation. Demonic beast puppet. The light-slaying sword saint's expression changed. He was shocked by the change. So, this was the demonic beast goal? The demonic beast puppets were sent to their deaths to create the demonic giant. With the demonic beast puppet's strength, the demonic beast puppet will be able to break the demonic array. Then, the demonic beast would be able to enter the ancient mystic world again. For this moment, the demonic beast had planned for 10 years. On the other side of the demonic world, the demonic army had already finished gathering. They were waiting for the demonic array to be broken. Understood. The light-slaying sword saint immediately understood. Explode. At that moment, the light-slaying sword saint unleashed his most powerful attack. With a thrust of his sword, it turned into an unparalleled sword light that could destroy everything. Light-slaying. This move was a killing move. However, it consumed a lot of energy to use. Under normal circumstances, the light-slaying sword saint would not be willing to use this move. This was because he did not realize the demonic beast's true intention. It was only when the demonic giant formed the demonic beast puppet that he realized. Kill. The sword turned into a ray of divine light that was invincible. This attack had consumed most of the light-slaying sword saint's cultivation base in exchange for a fatal blow. The two pristine Saint Realm demonic beast puppets were immediately killed. The remaining sword light shot out and killed all the demonic beast puppets in its path. In the end, the terrifying sword light mercilessly slashed at the giant demon god. However, the giant demonic god was extremely powerful. Even though the sword light had pierced into its body, it had exhausted all of its power and was unable to truly destroy it. On the contrary, the evil spirits of the demonic beast that had been killed surged into the sky and surged into the giant demonic god, causing the giant demonic god to become more and more solid. The spiritual chi of the two pristine Saint Realm demonic beast puppets was more powerful than the spiritual chi of hundreds of Heaven Realm demonic beast puppets. After his attack failed, the light-slaying sword saint's expression became more solemn. He immediately took out an elixir pill and swallowed it, quickly refining it to restore his cultivation base. Holding the sword in front of him, his long hair fluttered in the wind. Endless divine light shot out from his eyes. A terrifying supreme sword will surged and soared into the sky. Strands of tyrannical energy continued to spread. Sword chi circled around like streamers, shuttling back and forth in an invincible manner. Then, all the energy was channeled into the long sword. As the sword trembled, strands of divine light bloomed. He had used all his strength to launch a fatal attack. Light-slaying sword. Compared to the previous attack, it was much more powerful. When the sword pierced out, it could break heaven and earth. The most powerful attack immediately shot toward the giant demonic god and pierced through it. However, the attack could not destroy the demonic god. The demonic god was formed by condensing endless spiritual chi using some kind of secret technique of the celestial demons. It had no flesh, blood, bones, or soul. Unless it was destroyed directly, it would be difficult to destroy it with just a partial destruction. After a hole was pierced, more spiritual chi quickly surged in, completely replenishing the hole. The demonic puppet beasts continued to attack the Matrix and were constantly killed by the Matrix's power. Endless spiritual chi filled the giant demonic god, causing its body to become more condensed and its power to become more tyrannical. Boom, boom, boom. The giant demonic god threw out punch after punch. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. Each punch contained a terrifying power that could destroy mountains. It could easily crush everything. This was a power that had reached the level of a supreme saint. What should I do? At that moment, the light-slaying sword saint did not know what to do. Kill the demonic puppet beasts? The result would be to help the giant demonic god become more condensed and powerful. Attack the demonic god? The effect would be minimal. There was no way to truly destroy it. There was no way to advance or retreat. Explode. An extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from the light, slaying Sword Saint. His eyes turned white, as if they contained a terrifying, deathly stillness that could destroy all life. As his long hair fluttered, there seemed to be a wisp of paleness spreading from the ends of his hair. His left hand pointed at the sword ridge like a sword. Wisps of extremely terrifying aura that seemed to have endless vitality but turned into endless deathly stillness landed on the sword ridge and quickly spread through it. Slash! He unleashed his full strength and slashed out with his sword. The most powerful secret sword of the Valley of No Return, no life. When the sword was unleashed, there was no life. This was a terrifying sword that could annihilate all life. It was an extremely murderous sword. It was a sword that was extremely ferocious. Only a saint was qualified to cultivate this terrifying sword. However, it could not be used lightly, because using this sword would also destroy part of one's vitality and consume some of one's lifespan. This kind of consumption was permanent. Although a supreme saint expert's lifespan was very long, more than 100,000 years, and could even live for hundreds of thousands of years, this referred to the theoretical ideal lifespan. Going through battles and experiencing life and death would more or less affect one's lifespan. After accumulating for a long time, one's lifespan would be reduced little by little. Using the secret sword of no life would directly consume one's lifespan. Thousands of years were consumed in an instant. This kind of consumption was irreversible. If it was only used once or twice, the impact on one's body would not be great. However, if it was used 3 or more times, the impact would begin to become obvious. The consumption of one's lifespan would often follow the passage of time. 1 breath, 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day, 1 month, 1 quarter, 1 year. It was like flowing water, slowly flowing away. It was so natural, like the sun rising and the moon setting, like flowers blooming and wilting, like the rotation of the 4 seasons. However, the secret sword of no life would burn 1,000 years of lifespan in an instant. This kind of burning in less than a breath's time had reached a very terrifying level. Even a pristine saint expert would find it difficult to bear completely. Why could the secret sword of no life only be cultivated by a saint expert? It was because the burden of consuming 1,000 years of lifespan in an instant was too great. Even a quasi-saint would be directly drained dry after using the sword. Their body would be damaged and broken, and even if they did not die, they would be crippled. A pristine saint expert would need to rest for a long time after using the secret sword of no life. A great saint expert could use the secret sword of no life several times in a row, but the burden after a few times was enough to destroy them. The light-slaughtering sword saint had used up 1,000 years of his lifespan. He used the strongest secret sword of the Valley of No Return. The sword light turned pale white and filled the air with a deathly stillness. The power that erupted from the sword was terrifying to the extreme. After this sword strike, a trace of exhaustion appeared in the light, slaying sword saint's eyes. His fluttering hair unconsciously became gray and white, faintly showing signs of decay. The terrifying sword strike struck the 100-meter-tall, incomparably solid demon god silently. It was as if a sharp blade had cut through tofu. The demon god's huge body was instantly cut in two. That was not all. As a terrifying power erupted, sword chi wreaked havoc without end. Immediately, the two halves of the demon god's body were torn apart and torn apart. The 100-meter-tall demon god giant was instantly torn apart by this sword strike. It then shattered and turned into endless pitch-black, evil aura that surged. Chapter 3088. The secret sword of lifeless was the sword of absolute life. It consumed one's own life force and turned it into a deathly stillness to injure the enemy. It was a terrifying secret sword of absolute life. It was not to be used easily, as it would bring death. The sword of no return of Sword Valley was an extremely ferocious killing sword technique. It emphasized that the sword would not return to the scabbard without blood. It was an extremely ferocious and terrifying sword technique. According to the no-return sword principle, many of the sword moves of no-return sword valley were filled with terrifying killing intent. Even the killing moves created by the sword cultivators of no-return sword valley were affected by the no-return sword principle. The killing intent was extremely heavy, and the killing power was extremely terrifying and extreme. After sacrificing 1,000 years of his life, the light-slaying sword saint finally defeated the 100-meter-tall demon god giant with a sword of absolute life. It turned into an endless amount of evil spirit. Once the 100-meter-tall demon god was defeated, it could no longer attack the formation. The formation could be considered to have stabilized. However, the crisis was not truly over because the puppet demonic beasts continued to rush over and attack the formation. They were automatically destroyed by the formation's power. As the evil spirit spread, it kept pouring into the extremely dense mass of black evil spirit. It surged endlessly as if it was nurturing something. It also seemed to be condensing again. It was extremely terrifying. The light-slaying sword saint's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He waved his sword again and slashed out streaks of sword chi. They slashed at the evil spirit that seemed to be condensing and constantly broke it. However, this was only delaying. A burst of terrifying laughter suddenly rang out from afar. Like rolling thunder, 3 figures also appeared, exploding with extreme speed as they rushed over. Divine demons. Shockingly, they were 3 God-fiend experts. Moreover, they were spiritual God-level God-fiend experts that were equivalent to the eminent saint stage. Just one spiritual God realm expert was enough to fight him. Now that 3 of them had appeared, Sword Saint of Light knew that he was no match for them. It would be very difficult for him to gain any advantage against 3 spiritual God realm experts. He might even be suppressed very quickly, even if he released the sword domain of the Great Tao. Once he was pinned down, the evil spirit would condense into a demon god giant again and continue to destroy the formation. Perhaps it would break the formation before reinforcements arrived. At that time, the divine demon army might arrive. Once the divine demon army arrived, it would be too late even if reinforcements arrived. Therefore, he had to stall for time. He did everything he could to stall for time, even if he had to pay the price of his life. However, how could he fight against 3 spiritual gods by himself and stop the evil spirit condensing into a demon god giant to attack the formation? The light-slaying sword saint. The light slaying the light-slaying sword saint was the slaying the sword saint, the slaying the sword saint. Secret art. This secret technique was to continuously burn one's lifespan. Although it wasn't as shocking as burning 1,000 years in an instant, every breath would burn 1 year of one's lifespan in exchange for a powerful increase in power. The slaying secret art consumed 1 year of the slaying the sword saint. 10 breaths would consume 10 years, and 100 breaths would consume 100 years. In theory, it could be sustained until the end of the slaying secret art. However, it was impossible to do so. Once a great sage expert sustained it for 1,000 breaths, he had to stop. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. The strength he obtained in exchange for burning his lifespan was truly terrifying to the extreme. When that sword light slashed out, it was completely pale white, and it was coiled with strands of the energy of deathly silence. It instantly slashed down towards those 3 spirit god realm fiend gods, and it directly caused them to become gods. His expression changed greatly. He became extremely solemn. He didn't dare to face the attack head-on. In an instant, the light-slaughtering sword saint had actually resisted the 3 spirit god realm fiend gods by himself, causing them to be unable to threaten the formation in the slightest. It was even to the extent that he could occasionally slash out a strand of sword chi to strike the baleful aura and interrupt its condensation process to buy time. However, he could only stall for time. He couldn't last long. The time was too short. Even if he had already sent the message, reinforcements couldn't arrive immediately. Stall. What the light-slaying sword saint had to do was to stall for time with all his might until reinforcements arrived. Of course, he could execute the lifeless secret sword, but it could only attack a single spirit god realm fiend god. Moreover, he could only execute it once or twice at most, and it was impossible for him to kill all 3 spirit god realm fiend gods. At that time, he would be powerless and would be killed. The formation would be destroyed, and he would have no choice but to use the fateless secret technique to burn his lifespan in exchange for greater strength to delay the formation of the 3 spirit gods and the baleful fiend celestial. A sudden change occurred again. A figure flew over from afar. The aura he carried was extremely terrifying and could shake the heavens and the earth. It was the aura of a fiend god. However, it was much more powerful than the aura of the 3 spirit gods. A divine master. A divine master had actually come. The light-slaying sword saint's face was instantly filled with defeat. I can't stop him. I can't stop a divine master. However, the divine lord ignored the light-slaying sword saint. Instead, he unleashed a terrifying attack. An earth-shattering wave of terrifying flames swept up in an instant. It shot through the air and blasted towards a matrix. He was about to break the formation with one attack. I can't stop him. It blocked. The formation blocked the Divine Master's attack. When the formation was rearranged, it had considered the Divine Master's attack. Therefore, it took the efforts of many formation grandmasters and a lot of precious materials to finally set up a formation that could withstand a Divine Master's attack. However, it could only withstand it for a while. After all, Divine Ancestors and Divine Masters were extremely powerful. The second attack exploded. The power it unleashed was even more powerful and terrifying. It blasted the formation again. There seemed to be a faint cracking sound. However, the second attack was still blocked. The third attack came crashing down. The formation wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. It would truly be broken. The light-slaying sword saint's face couldn't help but look even more defeated. Don't be so arrogant. A furious roar suddenly exploded. It sounded like tens of thousands of swords clashing. It reverberated through the heavens and the earth like a thunderous roar. It reverberated endlessly. It was like an endless torrent. Along with the roar, an earth-shattering sword essence exploded and descended. It seemed to have come from the endless heavens. In an instant, the sky cracked. Dazzling light poured down like a torrent. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. A huge beam of sword light shot down from the torrent. It shot down from the sky. The sword essence that could destroy the heavens and the earth came crashing down. The Divine Master's third attack was immediately hit by the beam of sword light. Both attacks collapsed. Along with the earth-shattering beam of sword light, a figure descended and waved his sword. He controlled tens of thousands of swordsmanship divine light, illuminating the heavens and the earth. He blasted all of them toward the Divine Master. The Sword Master had arrived. The light-slaying sword saint's face immediately broke into a smile. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Even if it was only one person, it was a Sword Master. It was the Sword Master Tianjue of the Great Sword Villa. With the Sword Master arriving first, he was able to hold back the Divine Master and prevent him from attacking the formation. The critical situation was alleviated, but the light-slaying sword saint's own crisis was not. He was still burning his lifespan in exchange for powerful strength to fight against the 3 spiritual God-level God Fiends. Explode. The 3 spiritual God-level God Fiends exploded one after another. Their strength surged, and they became even more powerful. Their terrifying aura swept out like a storm. The pressure on the light-slaying sword saint increased, but there was nothing he could do. He could only barely resist. He was suppressed and was at a disadvantage. He could no longer interfere with the condensation of the baleful demon god. Without the restriction, the baleful chi demonic god condensed once again. Endless baleful chi surged out, causing the baleful chi demonic god to become even more corporeal. Once again, it unleashed a barrage of punches. Every punch had the power to destroy mountains as it bombarded the formation. One punch, two punches, three punches. Under the ferocious attacks of the infernal demon god, the entire array shook violently. It had already been attacked twice by the Divine Master and was slightly damaged. However, before it could be repaired, it was attacked continuously by the infernal demon god. The baleful demon god was specially created by the god fiends to destroy the formation. It had a more obvious destructive effect on the formation. Sword Master Tianju and the Divine Master were locked in a fierce battle. They restrained each other and were unable to take care of the formation. The Divine Master's goal was not to kill Sword Master Tianju, but to delay him so that Sword Master Tianju could not split himself to defeat the baleful demon god. The baleful demon god's eyes grew redder. It suddenly let out a terrifying roar. Its roar could shatter the heavens and earth. Its entire body suddenly burned. All of its strength was integrated into that blow. It was the final blow. It was a blow that contained all of its strength. The roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. Countless cracks appeared on the ground and shattered. The cracks on the formation became denser. It was like a mirror that had been smashed by a stone. The baleful demon god was completely defeated and could no longer condense again. The formation was thus broken. As soon as the formation was broken, the terrifying dark aura that had been sealed in the formation also erupted. It was like a torrent that had burst a dam. It instantly burst out and poured out. The impact was endless. Every wave seemed to be able to destroy everything. That was the aura of the God-Fiend boundary. Were the God-Fiends sacred? It might be so in the hearts of believers, but in essence, it had nothing to do with being sacred. In the darkness, the 100-meter-tall gate of gods and demons flickered with light. Then a figure stepped out of the gate of gods and demons. As soon as it appeared, it immediately erupted with a terrifying aura. It swept out in all directions. Sword Master Tianju was the first to feel the aura. His expression suddenly changed. Divine Master. Another Divine Master had descended. Not only that, he could also feel that after the Divine Master, there were more powerful auras emerging from the gate of gods and demons. It was that more God-Fiend experts were about to cross the boundary. Disaster had descended. The ancient mystic world had worked hard to delay this day. However, it was inevitable that it would come. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.